Ladies and gentlemen, you son of a gun. Good day to you all. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, the Thursday morning edition of the Rob Brown Radio program starts right now. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do? Everybody. I'm talking to South Carolina. I'm talking to the world. I'm talking to America here. Spectacular to have you all on a beautiful, well, I don't know if it's beautiful or not. It's still dark outside. On a Thursday morning that I am anticipating in just a couple of hours will be a beautiful upstate Thursday morning. I am Rob Brown on the other side of the metaphorical glass, in charge of not just this radio program, but of every radio program that you have ever enjoyed. None of the ones that you don't. He's not in charge of those. Keep the hate mail to yourself. But if you listened to a radio show and went, damn, this is pretty good, it's because Lonzo was in charge.
Shut the hell up.
Okay.
I just want to play that a couple times because I'm sure I
get
want
the mileage on day one.
Yeah,
I get it.
Well, it's day two, but I don't think that I'll have any other reason to play it today other than right there. And really, that was just my way of saying, stop flattering me. Everything you said about me is absolutely right and probably needs a little bit more added onto it. But stop.
We got
I almost did it yesterday. One of these times you're going to do it. And I'm just going to put the headphones down. And yeah, I know you're capable of walking over here, but the shock is going to cause some hesitation.
Nah, I'm a professional.
I'm going to do it right when you're going to play it right when we go to break once. And then you're going to have to scramble.
You picked up a sign that said, hey, you've got this live read coming up here in a minute. But you didn't just show it to me. You were over there like a Broadway dancer, shoving it around. You were trying to throw me off my game, and you couldn't do it.
I was not. I was having a good time. And here's the thing. Not only are we on the radio for the millions
and millions
of people around the world, but we're also on stream, on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook, on the X. And, I also played to the camera a little bit because we should.
Let's see. Zach just popped in. Said, I haven't been able to sleep in 24 hours, and I'm celebrating my 25th birthday, watching my favorite radio show on from 6 till 10 a.m. Zach, happy birthday, big dog.
Is it
25?
Is it, though? If you've been up 24 hours, I mean,
I do have questions.
Is that on purpose?
I do have questions about the no sleep for 24 hours. Now, I will tell you, at 25, yeah, been there, done that, got that T-shirt. At 25, you could occasionally find the Rob Brown on a 24 to 36 hour no sleep bender. And it was always for a girl. Always for a girl. But Zach.
Heathen.
What's up, dog?
You a heathen, man. Can't be staying up all that. I mean, that's dangerous.
Listen, at 38 years old, I absolutely look back and I'm like, why did no one stop me? You all knew what I was doing, and none of you stopped me. And I also have to remind myself that they absolutely did try to stop you. You were just too big of an absolute dumb to actually listen.
Teachable moments.
Teachable moments. So Zach, he just says, oh, no, I just couldn't sleep. Listen, Zach, come up with a better story, dude.
No, he drank a big sweet tea. You can't do that. It's right before you go to bed.
Midnight, Zach, you lunatic.
That's a mistake. Now listen, maybe you were playing some Call of Duty or something like that, and that's the reason why. I'm perfectly
just say that then.
Yeah, well, I mean,
say that.
Some people are ashamed of their gaming. So
just say that. Because I'll tell you, I was
or maybe you were binging Golden Girls all night. I don't know.
I went to the bed, not to bed, but to the bed at a reasonable hour last night. I thought, what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the bed. I'm going to pop some NBA up on the television, watch a little South Carolina Clemson shooty hoops, which I did, and we'll talk about here in just a few minutes from right now as Clemson continues the dub streak over the Gamecocks, coming back from a 7-point halftime deficit to hand Lamont and the boys L number 1. The Gamecocks 7-1. Los Tigres now an undefeated 8-0. I don't think you can drop that on them when they are now the sole undefeated team in the state. I don't think you can do it.
You said the word.
I understand that, but I'm saying you can't put disrespect on the only undefeated program on the men's side.
Just like I have no control of when the alarm goes off, I have no control of when the kitten sound goes off. It just happens whenever the magic word is uttered.
No, it doesn't. You click a button. I can see it from right here. I can see your mouse from over here.
And you know what? You know what tries to catch a mouse? I don't know if you knew that. It's one of them.
He's a professional, people.
It's a tigre.
So I'm watching the basketball. I'm watching the shooty hoops last night, both college and professional, laying in the bed. And at like 11:15, I'm still awake, right?
See, that's a problem. That is a problem.
No, it's pretty standard for me.
I laid down at around 9:50 and was watching the Christian Cage versus Adam Copeland match. It's hard to say.
I know.
It really is.
It's impossible.
Yeah, and didn't make it through. Luckily, DVR is my friend.
DVR is the thing. I'm watching the shooty hoops. I'm doom scrolling Twitter as I am wont to do, and I see our buddy from downstairs, Kevin, from the Moving the Chains gang. He pops on Twitter and he's like, back in Warzone for the first 6 months, and the boys got the dub. And I was like offended that I didn't get the text to join in on the WoW gang. I was like, wow, the WoW gang rolling without me tonight. That's a little offensive. Texted him. I'm like, what's up, dog? Am I out? Am I not in the WoW gang anymore? And he goes, quick question. Why in the hell are you awake right now? You should have been asleep like 3 hours ago. And I'm like, yeah, no, I know what I should be doing. What I should be doing has never stopped me from doing what I want to be doing in my life.
Is that adult thing that you keep talking about, that you can make your own decisions?
Yeah, I'm real bad at it.
But sometimes consequences affects everyone around you.
I am very good.
You don't appear to be grumpy, so we're good.
I'm in a great mood.
Okay.
I'm in a great mood.
All right.
I got up on time and everything. Got up on time, showered. Look at this. Got the new flannel today. Picked up a new one yesterday. The blue and ice white. It's a great look.
It looks like all the other ones you own, Rob.
Yeah, I know.
No, that's not what I was going to say. I was going to say that I couldn't tell because flannel is flannel, dude. I mean,
this was like real flannel.
Okay, so the more you wear it, the more comfortable it gets. Don't do that. Flannel. Don't do that, Farmer Fred.
All right, we got a lot of stuff to talk about on the radio program today. Hey, look at this. Zach, you got a birthday buddy. James Owens tweets into the show, said today's my 25th birthday as well, and I'm also watching. Happy birthday, Zach. There you go. Look at that. We're just bringing the world together out here. We're making everybody's life better. We are introducing Armada members to each other and on their birthdays. It's impressive.
Feel him? For real. Do you feel him, sir?
I do. We got a lot to get to on the radio broadcast today. And I am going to tell you that for at least a few minutes, I am going to just absolutely profess my complete, total, and undying love for Luka Doncic. I
had the booze ready, and then you went Luka, and now I can't.
You can't boo Luka.
No, you can't. You can't. No,
Luka Doncic last night, if you have not heard this story, Luka Doncic last night, Zoe, went 29 points, 11 boards, 10 assists, ... and then the second half started. That's a first half triple-double for Luka Doncic.
I'm going to stay kayfabe here and go, no, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Yeah, no, I know. I put it in the sports flash. Yes, I'm aware. It was more for the people.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I pulled the curtain back in a place where I shouldn't have.
What Luka did last night was just stupid. It was a first half triple-double. It was his 60th triple-double. He is now past Larry Bird for 9th all-time on the career triple-double list. Here is the fun part. Hey, Lonzo, at the bottom of that story, there's a couple of numbers about Luka Doncic's games played and Larry Bird's number of games played.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I had to, for interest of time, I had to cut a bunch of that out, so I don't remember what it was.
Rude. I come in here, I write the sports flash, I put some dope information stats in there,
Which I do appreciate, but you're writing for a 3-minute report, and I have 60 seconds. It's what an editor does. Gets rid of some of your best stuff, probably.
Oh, it's offensive, is what it is.
Hey,
it's offensive.
You're a stats nerd. I'm not. So I mean, I gotta stay true to my character.
Luka Doncic last night passed Larry Bird on the all-time triple-doubles list. That in and of itself is impressive. Larry Bird had 59 triple-doubles dating from 79 till 92. Larry Bird got 50. This is Larry Bird. This is not a nobody. This is Larry bleeping Bird. It took Larry Bird 897 games to knock down 59 triple doubles. It took Luka Doncic 349 to pass him. That's incredible. Larry Bird took nearly 900 games. Luka didn't take 350 to pass him. Next up on the list, at number 8, James Harden with 74 triple doubles. But see, here's the thing. James Harden is at 74 through 1,014 games. Luka Doncic's next game will be 350. After him, Wilt the Stilt Chamberlain, 78 triple-doubles in 1,045 games. Jason Kidd, 107 triple-doubles in almost 1,400 games. LeBron James at 108. He is at well north of 1,400 games. Now, there is one guy that is going to take a hot minute for him to catch because he does it routinely. Number 4 on the list, Nikola Jokic, is at 114 triple-doubles, and he's only played 617 games. He is behind number 3, Magic Johnson, who is behind number 2, Oscar Robertson, with 181 triple-doubles in 1,040 games, and number 1 on the list, pens up, who is the all-time triple-double leader in the National Basketball Association's history. I'll give you just a second to think about it. 3, 2, 1. Pencils down on the take-home edition of the Rob Brown Show. The all-time leader in triple-doubles, Lonzo, is Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook has
your guy
198 triple-doubles in his career, over 1,113 games. Russell Westbrook has 198. Nikola Jokic, the walking triple-double, has 114. That is 84 more triple-doubles for Russ. He has got 17 more than Oscar Robertson, one of the greatest of all time. It's an unbelievable number. And I'm going to go ahead right now and call the shot. Luka Doncic is going to catch Russell Westbrook. Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic are going to be 1 and 2 on the all-time triple-double list before either one of them walks away from the game.
How long will that take, though?
At the pace that Luka's on right now, less than 600 more games. He will get to the top of this list before he tops 1,000 games. Russell Westbrook has played over or right at 1,200. Luka's going to do it in like 200 fewer games. That Larry Bird number blew my mind. I read that last night and I was like, what? That's Larry Bird. Now, you got to keep in mind the context of this. Luka Doncic plays for the Dallas Mavericks. Outside of Kyrie Irving, quick, name me another Maverick. Larry Bird was playing on teams with like 3 and 4 other NBA Hall of Famers at the same time. There just weren't as many possessions to go around, even for a Larry Bird. But that number's, it took Larry Bird 900 games to do what Luka Doncic has done in 350. That's incredible, man. So, yes, we are going to talk about him later. And also because on top of that, Luka Doncic dropped my favorite sound clip of the year. And I'm absolutely going to play it for you because it's hysterical. It's the funniest thing out of the NBA in years. So we'll talk about that coming up later on the radio broadcast. We got to talk about that South Carolina-Clemson Shooty Hoops game. Clemson giving South Carolina their first L of the year on the hardwood. South Carolina goes to 7-1. Clemson, who is sitting at number 24 and number 20 in the coaches poll in the AP poll, is about to go even higher on those lists after a 7-point deficit late in the game was overcome. Good night. Good night for Clemson. So we'll talk about that coming up later in the show. We'll get some NFL here later in the program. Of course, Rashad Beard is going to join us coming up at 8:20. We'll talk Panthers with him because guess who was roaming the sidelines at practice yesterday? You know, while everybody's talking about how the owners are too hands-on and they need to get the hell out of the way and they need to let football people make football decisions. Guess who was seen yesterday on the sideline at practice? You know, just watching Nicole Tepper.
What?
Nose first into the football team while all this is happening.
Does she sound that way? Although her clothing, the way she. Have you seen some of the stuff that she's wearing? It just.
No, she going full fashionista on us?
No, it's weird. It's just, it's like the opposite.
It's the opposite of fashionista on
Yeah,
us?
it's not like t-shirts, but it's still, it's just,
She going like quarter zips?
No.
She coming out with like feather boas and high collars?
So
or what?
I guess you didn't see the.
I have not.
Like Sunday, they kept showing them in the box, and I don't know what that was she was wearing. It was, again, I'm not the height of fashion over here, but still, it's just like, I think if you make that much money, you could probably, afford something that looks different.
I would advise you to. Oh, Nicole, what are we doing here?
Are you
She's
seeing
like
the one
Wimbledon,
with the?
She's like Wimbledon from the waist down and like
The shirt thing,
2050 sci-fi from the shoulders up.
What is that? I don't know.
That's okay. So Nicole thought, what a great idea. I'll head down to practice. I'll be, at the point in time.
I hope she wore that.
Upset,
I hope she wore that on the sidelines. That's all. While she's running practice.
She just went jeans and quarter zip. Which
okay,
again,
all right.
I'm not upset about the fashion choices of Nicole Tepper. I'm fascinated by the fact that at a moment where everybody is ticked about the start of, well, not the start, about the entire season and the direction of this team, and everybody is going, bro, it's because the owner won't shut up and go sit in his big ass office and let football guys do football stuff. At that exact moment, that's when Nicole thought, you know what this team needs a little touch of on the sideline? The owner's wife. That's going to make everybody happy.
She went down to check on her number one choice, make sure he's doing all right. That's what she did. Come here, Bryce. How you doing?
How you ever had that situation where like there's a kid in your class or a guy at work or whatever, and he's kind of a social outcast, like he doesn't really fit in with the group, but you feel sorry for him.
Yeah. I
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've been around those people your whole life.
Yeah. I would pick on him during recess.
Jerk.
Yeah, it's
you
just
jerk.
No chance that I was that guy. No chance at all.
None. So you get this guy and he's like a social outcast and he's kind of bullied a little bit. And you try to be nice to him. You try to be the guy that like, hey dude, it's okay. Like be you, whatever. And then all of a sudden, like his mom shows up in class and starts, being weird. And you're like, dude, that like, I want you to be better, but you got to tell your mom back off. Or it's the boss's kid, everybody can't stand the boss's kid. And then the boss shows up and starts blatantly giving him preferential treatment. And you're like, dude, we could be better to you if you would tell your pops back off. That's Bryce Young right now. Like I'm trying my best, BY, to buy you time, dog. I'm trying my best to buy you time and give you some room for personal growth and development. But if every time something happens, Nicole comes running down to the sideline to be the coach, it's like, I can't. What are we doing here?
There's also the fact that, allegedly half the coaches wanted to bench him and the other half did not. And, that half kind of is no longer there. That's got to mess with you also, knowing that unless you're the type of person who's like, yeah, I'm glad they're gone.
I'm glad you said that because yesterday, interim coach Chris Tabor was asked about the Hunger Games narrative that is being built around the Carolina Panthers. And I found his answers kind of interesting. So we're going to talk about that later in the show. Emily Adams is going to join us at 8:40. We'll catch you up on everything going on with the Gamecocks athletic department because they lost another enormous name to the portal yesterday.
I'll say, is she going to come with a list, keeping tally of who's left? That's what we need to know, who's left.
Yeah, I think the question to Emily is going to be like, Emily, can you tell us who hasn't transferred? We're going to ask who did transfers, and she's going to have like Jericho's list of holds.
Armbar.
Number 9, armbar. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, let's talk, I don't know, sports stuff. Let's talk some sports stuff. Happy birthday to James. Happy birthday to, whose birthday was it? Zach. Listen, the stream chat's alive this morning.
Yeah, you got there.
Stream chat's alive right now. Steven says it's a tall monster day for Rob.
Zach's been up 25 hours. He didn't notice your hesitation.
That's probably correct. Join us on the stream, facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, on Twitch by searching and subscribing to The Rob Brown Show, on YouTube by searching and subscribing to The Fan Upstate, and on the radio by sticking around for these commercials. And then we're back on The Rob Brown Show and The Fan Upstate. All right, guys, got a live read coming up right here. Y'all stay that. We'll be right back.
taking my family to upstate holiday lights. We'll meet you there, probably more than once. The family loves it, and it keeps everybody in the holiday spirit. It kickstarts our holidays and jollies.
The Upstate Holiday Light Show at their new location, District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153, is open now through December 31st. Enjoy the magic of the season with family.
So before I bring us back, Jersey Joe, our hot dog eating champ, just texted the line. This is four-time Greenville Drive hot dog eating champ, Jersey Joe Lysick, and you're listening to the Rob Brown Show. Ready for my promo. And I'm like, now I kind of want to have him cut one. Now I kind of want to have him cut a promo. Hey, you're listening to the Rob Brown Show promo.
Only if he goes full Jersey.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Jersey Joe, your four-time hot dog eating champion. All right, Joe, we have discussed. I know you're on the stream right now because I've seen you commenting already. There he is, saying that I look like the new Al Borland for Tool Time. Oh, that would be a dope Halloween costume. How have I never thought about that? Next year, I'm Al Borland, and I'm going to make Courtney be Heidi. It's perfect.
Okay.
New Heidi, second Heidi, brunette Heidi. Yes, Joe. Here's what I need from you. I need you to cut the promo you just texted to the show. Just cut it into your cell phone and send it to us. Okay? But Lonzo has said we need you to go full Jersey, huh?
I think he heard all that, but I mean, just in case.
Oh, I didn't know he had come back.
Yes, one of the Tool Time girls was actually on the station because she was at the BMW. And
Which one? It wasn't Pamela Anderson.
No. It was the next one. I forget her name.
Heidi?
No, the actress's name. What was the actress's name? Debbie Dunning. Yeah, I think it was Debbie Dunning.
Yes.
She was on because she was like, "Hello, Lonzo, back at the studio."
What was Pamela Anderson's
whoa.
full-time girl's name?
I don't remember. You know, that show was on like what, 30 years ago? or something?
No longer than that.
No
Because it was
way.
like the early 90s.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Okay. They talked about a revival.
Home Improvement aired September 17th, 1991
Wow.
to May 25th, 1999. So, yeah, you're right. 30 years ago. I'll tell you right now, that game is going to be good. Furman, Montana.
We shall see. It's going to be on ESPN2, I think,
I believe
also.
that's correct.
But we'd rather you listen to it here on the radio.
That is also correct.
And Lion Tamer and elbow drop and arm bar.
No, an elbow drop is not one of the 1,004 holds.
I was doing mine.
Arm drag, arm bar, the moss-covered three-handled family grunt nuzzle, arm bar, the Saskatchewan spinning nerve hold, body slam, drop toe hold, arm bar, shooting star staple super press, right-handed arm bar, lion salt, knife it. Somebody actually went through and listed
It's a Gridunza.
the 1,004. First off,
it's a Gridunza. It's he was making fun of Dr. Seuss.
I know. Okay, so all I'm gonna say is, a lot of these aren't holds, Jericho. Body slam is not a hold. It's
Well,
body slam.
I beg to differ because
Pile driver's not a hold.
I beg to differ on that also because you have to hold them in order to do the
Right, but it is not a hold. A hold is part of the process, but it is not a hold. An arm bar is a hold. You hold the arm bar.
That's not what you're doing towards me right now. I don't appreciate that.
Hey, all right, we got to get to some stuff here. All right. South Carolina losing a big name into we got to get like a sounder for the transfer portal, dude. You know, on your left.
Yeah, that's a positive thing. This is not a positive.
This is real bad.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I don't
This
know.
is real. Listen. I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist.
Why
much
not,
to
why not use
Lonzo's
your wah
disapproval.
wah wah thing? I mean, because that's Lost another
Wait,
one.
where'd it go? Hang on. No, that's mean. That's mean. All right, they don't need that right now.
Yeah, well, I think everyone leaving's kind of mean. So.
Yeah, this sucks.
Yeah.
This sucks a lot. Mario Anderson is out, according to the Greenville News. And again, we will ask Emily Adams, because yesterday when I saw this headline on Yahoo Sports, and I went, oh no, this is not great for the Gamecocks. And I clicked on it to find out what was the update. It linked me to a news article written by friend of the show, Emily Adams, getting that national press yesterday. Anderson is the 16th South Carolina player to enter the transfer portal since it opened on Monday. He is the third starter to do so. The 5'9", 208-pounder has decided that he has had his time in the sun in Columbia, is moving on. Began the season on the bench behind Dak Joyner, took over the RB1 spot in week 4. Anderson led the team with 707 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns on 143 carries, plus 153 receiving. The redshirt senior was a D2 All-American at Newberry College in 2022, setting program records with over 1,500 rushing yards and 35 tutties. Earned Division II All-American honors and was a finalist for the Harlan Hill Trophy, the D2 equivalent of the Heisman, before he transferred to South Carolina. This is the second consecutive year in which South Carolina's leading rusher has entered the portal. Marshawn Lloyd left for Southern Cal after the 02 season. The Gamecocks have lost 2 other starters besides Anderson. We know that Antoine Wells Jr. is gone, and kicker Mitch Jeter is gone. Top backup receiver Omega Blake also went into the portal on Monday. Of course, the Gamecocks missed a bowl game for the first time under head coach Shane Beamer after the 16-7 L to Clemson in the final game of the regular season. And now they are starting to see names enter the portal. Now, we know that Shane is more than willing to work the portal. We know that Shane is happy to go in the portal, get guys out, and bring them to Columbia. I don't think he's going to have a choice. Let me expound. Let me bloviate momentarily. That's a great word, dude. Bloviate. I'm
surprised you're using it, seeing who the word is associated with the most. But anyway, but you knew. Go ahead.
Let me opine.
Okay, there we go.
You pinhead.
There we go.
All right. So let's go with this. Lonzo, I am not panicked for the Gamecocks. It is not time to push the panic button. It is not time. It is not time.
Yeah, because when you hear that, are you not panicked because you didn't have expectations that would induce panic?
I am not panicked because I think that one of the things that South Carolina has going for it is that they are doing a relatively good job on the NIL collective front, making their program attractive in that way. And number 2, while I do not think that every kid in the portal is making a move specifically for NIL, I think it's a big deal. But I think there's another element. I think there are some kids going into the portal looking for 2 other things: playing time and somewhere that they want to be, somewhere that they love to be. The good news is you have got a big ambassador in front of you right now in Spencer Rattler, a guy who transferred in. And while he is going to the NFL draft and forsaking his final year of eligibility to do so, since he has entered the NFL draft, he has, by all accounts, been wildly positive about his time in Columbia, right? Been very positive about his time with the Gamecock program. So you got a pretty big name out there that's kind of telling kids in the portal, yo, South Carolina's great. And what is the one thing that Shane Beamer has done better than anything else since he got to Carolina? Culture building, right? Culture building. Now, as we've said a billion times, at some point, that culture that you have built has got to start translating into dubs and L's. At some point, that culture has got to start paying off. But kids are in the portal for a lot of different reasons. Money can be one. Playing time can be one. I think Kyle McCord's in the portal for playing time, nothing more. Do I think McCord will look for NIL deals wherever he goes? Yeah, of course he will. It's on the table. Of course he will. But I think the fact that Ryan Day did not commit to Kyle McCord being his guy next year made him go, I'm out. I'm gone. I'm going to go somewhere where I am the guy. Because Ryan Day is not going to call me the guy. I'll go somewhere that the guy will call me the guy. There's plenty of room for somebody who wants to play, who wants PT. There is plenty of room on the roster at South Carolina for guys who want to play. Shane Beamer needs to be taking the approach right now of we need to find our starters in the portal. We need to find stars in the portal who can come here and contribute this upcoming season and utilize the time that they are here, whether it's a year or two. Utilize the time that those portal guys are starters to build depth via recruiting, to build depth via guys that we can go, look, we want to bring you here. We want to give you a year on the team to let the transfer guys go out there and be the stars, to develop, to grow, to practice, to get better. And when they are gone, then we're going to have a home recruited roster that starts to rotate in over the next couple of years. I think that's got to be the way that Shane Beamer goes about it. And I'm not panicked because there's room for people to play. And the guys that you are losing, with the exception of Antoine Wells, you're not losing all Americans right now. You're losing good players. Omega Blake was an excellent fill-in receiver when you needed him.
America.
But you're not losing all Americans.
America.
You're losing good players, but not guys that are they're not Heisman threats, right? So you've got the opportunity to have some guys step into those roles and it not be a massive drop-off. But I've said a few times and I'll say it again. To me, this upcoming season, this upcoming year is a prove it or lose it year for Shane Beamer, right? I think anything less than bowl eligibility, and I got to believe Shane Beamer's job is on the line.
You know, all this talk about transfer portal, haven't they recruited any players out of high school that are any good? I mean, no one's really talking about that. Are none of those guys any good at all?
You have not necessarily seen anybody, I think, yet that's jumping off the page at you, have you? I don't think you have. I don't think you've seen anybody that
isn't that more of an indictment on a program than.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, okay.
For sure. This is a big critique of Shane Beamer. A complete, entire, and utter lack of depth. Listen, this was something that we brought up during the season because you and I agreed a number of times, especially the deeper we got into the year, that Shane Beamer was kind of SOL because of the injuries this year, right? I mean, they were banged up bad for a lot of the season. You had, I don't think you had 3 consecutive games with the same starting offensive line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across the line until the last 3 or 4 games of the year. Tough to develop timing, chemistry, etc. when you're rotating that many guys in and out on the starting offensive line. You have had to move wide receivers up and down on the depth chart because some guys were in, some guys were out. You lost Juice Wells. He played 4 games. He goes down. You got spots where Marion Brown is hurt. You got spots where Omega Blake is hurt. You got spots where XL is dinged up and he's got to have a couple of snaps of rest. It was just tough to do. It was just tough to do, right? And so that is one of the critiques, and I think a very fair one of Shane Beamer was, how do you not have depth? How do you not have guys that can step in and feel like it's not a big drop-off? And that is something he's got to correct. Now, the recruiting class for Shane Beamer has been up and down, right? It's been up and down. I'm going to look for his 24 recruiting class rating right now because I'm curious. I haven't checked in on the recruiting class rankings in a while. I know for a little while there, he had jumped into the top 10. He's sitting right now for the 2024 class, Lonzo, at, according to 24/7, the number 19 class in America. For comparison's sake, that is one spot behind USC, the California version. That is 2 spots behind A&M, 3 spots behind Michigan, and just 4 spots behind the Clemson Tigers. So the 24 class actually coming along pretty well if you believe in the composite ratings. They've got a couple of 5 stars, 9 4 stars. They've got more 5 stars than the Trojans, more 5 stars for the 24 class than Michigan, and the same number as Texas A&M, the same number as Clemson, the same number as Tennessee Auburn, more than LSU, more than Penn State, more than Notre Dame, more than Oregon, more than Miami. So the 24 recruiting class is coming along pretty well. But how many of those guys can you rotate as true freshmen into the game next year and feel like they're going to have an impact without sacrificing a development year, a redshirt year to get them ready for the year after? I don't know. But that's the difficult waters Shane Beamer has got to navigate. 844-326-3663. Mario Anderson into the transfer portal for the Gamecocks of South Carolina. How does that impact this football team next season and beyond? Your opinions are wanted, desired, and needed. 844-326-3663 or text us on the carpros.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air. We're back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Pardon me, I have to go wipe my glasses because I touched them.
Championship game. We'll have all the action live right here on the Fan Upstate. College basketball last night, number 24 Clemson beat South Carolina 72-67. The Tigers 8-0 overall, 4-0 at home. Gamecocks dropped to 7-1. Wofford beat Gardner-Webb 81-66. Florida A&M over Presbyterian 65-60. NFL tonight, the Steelers host the Patriots.
To answer your question, Stephen, I can't afford it. So, I mean, the only VR I have is still for PS4, and that's the original PSVR. My son has 2, I think. Maybe he has 1. He really loves it, though. It's much more lightweight. My thing is, and this is not a joke, because my head, it's hard to, has to be very, very flexible for it to be not be uncomfortable. So when I play VR, it gets so heated. But that, I mean, in fairness, the VR I have is pretty old, so I need some sort of cooling unit inside the mask because I get way too hot. You better hurry. Doing, man? Oh, okay.
Spur Daddy said, Robin Lonzo, I've got a suggestion for y'all. Just quit reporting on the Panthers. Tepper and the Panthers suck for infinity, and I'm done with them.
Two states, one team, man. You know.
Oh, except for Nobas. Because yesterday it was announced, sorry, Upstate, sorry, South Carolina. They're just the Charlotte Panthers now. Tep and the Cats are moving their camp back to Charlotte.
All right. I don't get the shock, the surprise, the anger. And I mean, it sucks, but there was this project that, he just completely shut down that was not at Wofford. That was like on the North Carolina, South Carolina line. And they had started building on it where the new offices for the Carolina Panthers were going to be and where training camp was going to be and all that kind of stuff. So we've known for a while that they were trying to move it. The fact that they are doing it, I don't get the shock.
So you're not wrong.
And it stinks for Wofford. I think the speculation was that last year was going to be the last year anyway.
I think this is predominantly from us. If we're keeping it a buck, I think from us, this really just kind of stings because of the emotional connection. Like this was the Upstate's connection to a team that is professed to play under the two states, one team mentality. And that's how we felt like we were a part of the Panthers. And I agree. I think it was inevitable that ultimately this team was going to end up. And by the way, they are not the last team. They're not the first team to go back to having their training camp at their facility. As of now, I believe there are only 4 or 5 teams left that have their training camp away from home, right? Like Dallas goes out to San Francisco. Who else? I think I don't even know who the other ones are. But most teams are doing their training camps at home now. Most teams are not traveling anymore to do camps. Those days of, where we're team building. We're taking you away from all the creature comforts of home so that you're forced to lean on each other. That mentality is not something that players want to be involved with anymore. And at the end of the day, regardless of the level you're talking about, you've got to cater to that.
Let's face it. I don't know if you've seen the record the last couple of years. That's not working. If that's what that's supposed to working. It's not.
It's real not working. So the Carolina Panthers will not be doing camp in Spartanburg anymore. They will be heading back to Charlotte. There was a rumor going around yesterday that they may still do something in Spartanburg. They may do like a fan fest day where they bring the team down for, kind of more of a meet and greet and exhibition than camp.
Well, it's going to hurt Spartanburg a bunch because
immensely.
Economically, that was something they had to look forward to every year. The team being there, people coming down from North Carolina or from surrounding areas to see the team practice and spending money in the area. And now they're not going to be able to do that anymore.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that it is obviously it's going to be a huge economic impact on Spartanburg. There were thousands of people from around the Carolinas that came to Spartanburg for a handful of days in a row to watch the team practice, to be involved.
So you've been there the last couple of years. I've been going. I've only missed like one in like a decade or so. There always seems to be a lot of people.
Oh,
there.
It's packed.
Yeah.
This year, we went over there on Saturday. We did the show. I went up and watched about an hour of practice. I had to get back because I had to do my nationally syndicated radio program on Saturday. So I didn't get to stay all day. Dude, it took me legitimately 35, 40 minutes just to get off campus because there were 1,000 people walking around. It's a huge impact economically to Spartanburg, I have no doubt. And that's a massive bummer, right? A lot of sports bars in the Berg making some extra cash because a lot of Panthers fans were leaving practice and grabbing some wings before they headed back home or headed to the hotel or whatever they were going to do. So that sucks. As far as the team goes, I think what you are seeing right now is basically Tep and the Panthers hitting a point where they're going, we got to pull everything back, right? We got to center this team. And the more we're spread out, even if camp is not for another 8 months, we got to make sure that we are centered, that we are kind of all collected here. And going on the road like that is not going to, it's just not worked. Right? So we need to have camp at home. Let's let these guys focus on each other. Let's let them focus on their families. Let's let them be comfortable. Let's stay at the house. They said they're going to take down the dome that's over the practice field and make accommodations so fans can go to Charlotte and still watch the team practice and all that. But yeah, it's a big blow. It's a big blow to Spartanburg for sure. And I hate it for the folks over there that have, I'm sure, relied on those handful of days worth of boost of business from the Cat fans coming to town. But as far as the team goes, this is pretty much how it works now. This is pretty much how it's going to work now. I think there's either 4 or 5 teams remaining that do their camps away from their home practice pitch. So I'm not surprised that Carolina is joining that group. This story for us, I think, really hits home. Now, I saw people yesterday on Twitter, and I think this story kind of hits home because of the sentimentality, the appreciation we had, because that was the closest we got to experiencing the team on more than a, hey, I bought a ticket kind of way. Like you kind of felt like you were involved in the building of the team. But I think that's the biggest thing here. I did see people yesterday saying this is Tepper punishing South Carolina because of the failure of the Rock Hill development, right? And after having looked into that story a bunch, I'm not necessarily going to take a side, but it does really, to me, the initial story kind of feels like it's a little bit on Rock Hill. It's a little bit on community leadership there that this didn't go the way that we wanted it to end up with Carolina HQ in South Carolina.
I forget which article I read, but I read an article that said that the deal with Wofford was a series of 1-year contracts.
I'm sure it was.
So it's not that surprising.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. I do not, just so we're clear, I do not think that this was a David Tepper being vindictive to South Carolina. I think it was very simply most NFL teams are recentering. Most NFL teams are doing their training camps at home now. And it's a business expense at a point in time where, let's be real, this team is losing. Well, I'm not going to say losing money in terms of overall. They're going to profit like every other NFL team does, but they don't have the fan base support that they've had in the past. So if you're losing support in another area, you come back home to where that support, even if it's frustrated, folks in Charlotte are still going to show up.
So you can blame it on the team not being good as the reason why people aren't showing up and the reason why they're moving it, but the people aren't showing up because the team isn't good. So ultimately it comes back to Tepper's not doing a good job.
Oh, no, absolutely not. And I don't think anybody's going to argue that he is. I mean, if you would like to tell me David Tepper's doing a good job, I've got some pretty good therapists I can refer you to. It's not great, Bob.
Man,
not great.
How many therapists do you have?
So coming up after the break, we got your water cooler cheat sheet. Top 3 items you need to know in sports before you get to work, get clocked in, and start talking about athletic competition with your coworkers. We've got time to take some phone calls at 844-326-3663. We got all kinds of stuff coming up in the next hour of the show. In the third hour of the show, Rashad Beard of the Panther Nation podcast is going to join us to talk Carolina Panthers. Emily Adams of the Greenville News is going to join us to talk Gamecock athletics. And then in the final hour of the show, it's Thursday. You know what that means. Fight Club with the great one. We're going to talk some boxing, MMA, and pro wrestling. That's all coming up on the Rob Brown Show. I am Rob. He is Lonzo. If you are on the phone, stay there. We'll get you right out of the break. This is the Fan Upstate.
I don't need no stinking tease. The South Carolina Gamecocks had Clemson basketball on the ropes last night with a 7-point lead at halftime, but the Tigers can't hit the sounder right now. Won the second half by 12 and put the Gamecocks away down the stretch, 72-67. All 5 Clemson starters reached double figures, led by Chauncey Wiggins, who hit 2 massive threes down the stretch to pull away from Carolina. It's the first loss for the Gamecocks this year, who moved to 7-1, while the Tigers stay undefeated at 8-0. Updated information on the head injury suffered by Panthers tight end Hayden Hurst has been made available. Hurst's father said that he was diagnosed with post-traumatic amnesia as a result of the hit against Chicago on November 9th. Tune in tonight for Thursday Night Football as the Steelers take on the Patriots right here on the Fan Upstate. You can let the results change your process because if the results are what they are, then it's because of your process, and you need to change. You try something different.
If you win 15 out of 20, no.
Yeah, then
don't.
yeah.
If you lose 19 out of 20, yeah, change process.
Baby steps, baby steps. No, Steven, I haven't played Iron Man. I started to get it, but I got burned so many times on VR games. Still, Skyrim and Farpoint are amazing.
I have not had any. I've had minimal VR experience to be able to have any input on the conversation, unfortunately.
Well, since you're going to be off like for 20 days, you can come over and hang out and play mine if you want.
Dude, I'm going to play so many video games while she's at work.
I will send the invitation that I do every year to you and Chris to come over and have a rock band marathon.
Attaboy, Trey. Attaboy.
Matt is still hanging on.
Okay.
It's a movie reference. It's a movie reference.
Oh.
I believe it's What About Bob?
Never saw it.
QC in the first break. Matt still hanging on the line.
That's a Bill Murray movie I've never seen before.
It's got Richard Dreyfuss in it too. I think he's the therapist.
Yeah. I now have a movie suggestion from Trey. And away we go with our numero dos of the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. I am Rob, the Great Lonzo's on the ones and twos. Be a part of the show with us, won't you? 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE. Text us on the carpros.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N. We'll read them on the air. You can tweet me at The Rob Brown Show, at The Rob Brown Show. You can tweet the great one at Lonzo on Word, at Lonzo on Word. And, of course, you can join us on our live stream. We go live all 4 hours, all 5 days a week at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, on YouTube by searching and subscribing to the Fan Upstate, or on Twitch by searching and subscribing to the Rob Brown Show. Matt has been kind enough to jump on the phone line and hold through the break to jump on the air with us. Matt, welcome to the show, big dog.
Thank you, sir. Listen to you every morning on my way into work and while I'm at work.
Thank you, Matt. That's too kind, man. I appreciate that greatly.
Well, you made the comment about the Panthers leaving Spartanburg just as I was heading into downtown Spartanburg, passing what seemed to be the old Panthers training camp. I do it every morning, and what's funny is I'm a Hub City native, and I've never pulled for the Panthers. I'm a Falcons fan at heart, but I did want to tell you, I got a friend that works at the Carolina Panthers Stadium, and he has told me about Tepper and his mindset, because I've asked him about how come they haven't improved as a football team, and he's just all about making money. And he said, Matt, they make more money on soccer than they do on the NFL football team. I said, you got to be kidding me. He said, there's not an empty seat in the house at a soccer game. He said, and they can't give away the football tickets because the team's just not been good for a while now. And I didn't think about it, but, I mean, Tepper's a businessman, and he's a billionaire for a reason, so he's in it for making money. And, I mean, I know that hurts people's feelings, and I know what the economic impact in Spartanburg is going to be like. I'm a resident here, but, you know, I mean, I get his decision same time, but people just kind of forget that he's running a soccer program out of there, and they cater to them because that's a huge fan base.
Yeah, it is. So there's a couple of things here. I will tell you, as a soccer guy, as an MLS follower, the belief that there's not an empty seat in the house for Charlotte FC games is not accurate, respectfully. I will tell you this, there's not an empty seat in the lower bowl because the Panthers the Tepper organization doesn't open up the top bowl. Now, I've also gone to a Charlotte FC v Chelsea friendly a few years ago where about 85% of that stadium was full. It felt like a decent NFL game, but that was a English Premier side, one of the most famous football teams in the world, playing in Charlotte. People were going to see that for the novelty. At the time, Christian Pulisic, who is now obviously arguably Team USA's best player, played for Chelsea, so you had that draw as well. That being said, yes, Charlotte FC fans are hype. That's a team that started just a couple of years ago. They've had some success. They made a playoff run this year. Unfortunately, they got bounced on the road in the wild card round, but they were in the show, and there's excitement there. I think there was a ton of excitement about the Panthers at the beginning of the season. It was a combination of you got sold on, and whether or not it was a false bill of goods, we're still waiting on finding out. I think it's too early to make the judgment. But you had a number one overall quarterback coming to town. You had a GM and an owner who were telling you that we got an all-star coaching staff. We've built a roster that's ready to win now. And you were playing in the absolute crappiest division in the history of the NFL, which meant it felt like Carolina was as eligible to win that thing as anybody else. But now you're 1-11. And if I'm going to spend $150 on a ticket to go to an NFL game, I'm not going to a team that's 1-11. I'll stay home and I'll watch it on the red zone and watch all the other teams that are actually good, play good football. And I think there is a realization from Tepper. You're right. Every NFL owner, this is something that a lot of people don't get. NFL owners are in it to make money. They don't buy. The reason we have such a disconnect from owners is because we hope and maybe expect, Matt, that our owners will have the same level of passion about the football team that we as fans do, but they won't. They never will do. I'm sure there are a couple of owners that are kind of in that mix, but at the end of the day, these guys own and these gals own football teams to make a profit off of it. And I suspect Tepper is going, wait a minute, if we're holding camp in Spartanburg, not only are we spreading our team out, but I'm sending a lot of profit down there. I'm sending a lot of money down there that I could make by keeping the training camp in Charlotte, by having them buy stuff out of our store, going to our stadium. You know, we can do a bunch of exclusive stuff here that I can't do and make money off of down there. And on top of that, when the team is this bad, the further you send them out, the less positive the reaction's going to be. So this is just Tep protecting the bottom line, protecting profits, bringing it closer to home, and also, I think, trying to keep him and his management staff out of the public eye as much as possible.
I didn't even think about that part of it. That's probably very true too. Well, man, I appreciate you taking my call this morning. I got to get into work.
You got it, Matt.
I appreciate you, and I'll keep listening. Have a good day.
Thank you, buddy. You as well. Appreciate you checking in. 844-326-3663. P1 member of the Armada, Matt, listens on the way to and through every day. Appreciate that, Matt. Means the world to me, man. Thank you very much. So we'll talk more about that. We got to get to the that thing that we do here. You know, that thing that we do. Let's do that thing that we do.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
"You hear that?
Inconceivable!
They take their first bathroom break.
No."
Here we go.
Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think that it means. Hello, I'm Inigo Montoya.
Yeah,
My father, prepare to die.
your sudden movements cause your video to mess up again. I think that's what it was. Your thumbs up went so fast, the video's like, "What? Wait."
It's a great clip. It's a great drop. It's a great drop. Item number one. There it is. All right. You still have bumper music playing, I know.
No. You usually say on the water cooler cheat sheet, and you just, I was waiting for the rest of
So
it.
water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 things you need to know before you go start talking sports with your coworkers around the water cooler after you clock in less than an hour. Item number 1. Like that?
So you did that to try to prove me wrong. I mean, and you know, indeed, you may be right, but I just,
Good morning. All right. It was a 7-point halftime lead for the Gamecocks last night as they were on the road at Littlejohn Coliseum taking on their cross-state rivals, the Tigers of Clemson. And it felt like, if you were watching that game, it felt like South Carolina was going to be in control. It felt like it was going to be all Lamont's boys down the stretch. And then all of a sudden, a 7-point lead became 5, and 5 became 3, and 3 became a tied ball game, and a tie ball game became a 3-point deficit for the Gamecocks. And then the 3-point deficit became a 5-point deficit, and it ends up finishing that way. Brad Brownell's fellas get a 72-67 win over the Gamecocks. And obviously, this story is newsworthy in that you had the men's basketball team of 2 major universities in our backyard playing, but even more so than ever before because these 2 teams were both undefeated. Brownell's Tigers were ranked on both the AP Top 25 and the coaches poll going into this one. Lamont Paris's Gamecocks were right there on the outside looking in. Had the Gamecocks gone on the road and got the dub, they most certainly would have been ranked today on both sides of the equation. But Brad Brownell's boys knew they were going to jump up even higher. And right now, before we enter conference play, especially in the Atlantic Coast Conference, you want to be as high as you can so that if and when you take a couple of conference losses down the stretch, you've built yourself a little bit of cushion to play with. And that's exactly what happened, as the Clemson Tigers will remain undefeated. They are 8-0. They are 4-0 at home at Little John. The Gamecocks eat the first L on the season. They are now 7-1. That was their first away game on the season, and they are 0-1 now. On the road, you had 26 last night out of Michi Johnson, including 6 of 10 from the arc and 8 of 16 from the floor. 2 other Gamecocks, Clark and Mack, in double digits, but that's it. That was the list, and I'll tell you the story of this game, kids. 7-0 at halftime, and then the shooting went away for the Gamecocks. They were 36% from the floor. They were 33.3% from the arc, and they were 68.4% from the stripe, going 13 of 19, including some big-time free throws down the line. For Clemson, all 5 starters in double digits. 15 for Wiggins. Shiflin had 12. PJ Hall had 14. Hunter 10. And Gerard had a dozen on the night. Shiflin also brought down 12 rebounds, including 2 that sealed the game late in the game. From the floor, South Carolina went 36%. Clemson went 44.6%. From the three-point line, Carolina went 33 1/3. Clemson went 44.4% from range. And from the stripe, 13 of 19 for the Gamecocks, 14 of 20 for Clemson. The shooting from the floor was the difference as the Tigers down the Gamecocks. The first L for South Carolina. And, of course, the Tigers of Clemson are going to be jumping up in the rankings. Let's go to item number 2. Y'all, Luka Doncic is very good at basketball. Now, it is unusual to be it's unusual that one player's performance is going to make a news item by itself. But Luka's performance last night has to. Luka Doncic had 40 points, 11 boards, and 10 assists last night, and he did not play in the fourth quarter. Luka Doncic had a first half triple-double last night, the first one of his career, in a 147-97 victory over the Utah Jazz. Sorry, let me say that score for you again. 147-97 over the Jazz.
That's like 50 points.
That's a lot of
Yeah,
points.
yeah.
A lot. That is the 60th career triple-double for Luka Doncic. He moves past Larry Bird and into sole possession of 9th place overall on the career list. 14 of 25 from the floor, 6 of 12 from the arc, played 32 minutes, which is slightly above his per-game average. But dude was knocking them down from everywhere. Luka Doncic, had he played in the fourth quarter last night, could have gone 50-20-20 if he wanted to. But they didn't need him to. They were up 50. They didn't need him to keep pouring it on. Luka Doncic moves into 9th. He is currently sitting just behind a couple of superstars. The next up on the list, James Harden, who has about 12.5 more triple-doubles, but probably isn't getting too many more in his career. Here's the fun number, the number that blew my mind. Larry Bird had 59 career triple-doubles. Luka Doncic has 60. Larry Bird did it in 897 games. Luka Doncic has done it in 349.
Yeah, but James Harden's did it in like on
1,000
15 different teams, though.
That's also correct.
Yeah, I mean.
That's also correct. Luka Doncic is going to pass James Harden. He's going to pass Oscar Robertson in 3rd. He's going to pass Magic Johnson. In fact, I think the only guy, and here's a fun part. This is going to be fun to watch. I'm going to go ahead and tell you now, a few years down the road from now, we're going to be sitting here and we're going to be very entertained because number 4 on the list and climbing rapidly is also active in the league. It is Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets. That's a big man who basically averages a triple-double right now. Those two are going to race for the most, and it's going to be a blast. The guy who is number 1 right now all time for triple-doubles, Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook has more triple-doubles than anybody else in NBA league history, and he's still playing. Now, he's not picking them up at the rate that he used to, but he is still picking them up. So those guys are chasing a moving target, and it's going to be very fun to watch. I don't care what any of you say. The NBA's good right now. You can try to poo-poo it all that you wish, but the NBA is very good right now.
Can't wait till after Christmas when I start watching it.
That's fine, man. Whenever you got to get on board. You could now. They're playing. In fact, not only are they playing now, in-game tournament semifinals are tonight. In-season tournament semifinals are tonight. I can't wait.
Wow.
I can't wait. I need you to know I'm going to be tired tomorrow because the Pellies in the Lake show tip at 10 o'clock tonight, and I'm not missing it. I'm not missing it. I will nap tomorrow. I will siesta tomorrow after the show. All right. Item number 3. Look at Lonzo over there answering the phone, listening to me, and dropping bumpers on us. Spectacular. All right.
I am an award-winning producer.
You are an award-winning producer. You're not wrong. College football ratings, from last week are out. Michigan v. Ohio State has been recorded as the most watched regular season college football game in a dozen years. Fox Sports said earlier this week that an average of just over 19 million viewers watched the Wolverines beat the Buckeyes 30-24 in a battle of undefeated teams looking for a playoff spot. Of course, the win moved Washington to 12-0 in the Big Ten championship game, which they would then knock off Iowa in and move on into the playoffs.
No, Michigan, not Washington. You said Washington.
Michigan.
Normally I'd be okay with you saying that, but you said Washington.
That's fair.
Michigan.
Which is upsetting because I am a huge Michigan fan.
Yeah.
Huge Michigan fan.
Yeah. What?
And go blue.
Yeah, whatever, dude. I find it funny because you have complained many times about noon games. So how could a noon game be the most viewed game? Maybe the game itself has something to do with it. Maybe the fact that it was technically the first playoff game.
Oh, it was. It's called a hate watch. I hate watch things all the time. I hate watch stuff last night. I hate watch stuff all the time.
By the way, I'm okay with that because some people hate listen to this show.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so I'm all right with that.
A majority of our audience hate listens. All right?
To all the haters.
Hate consumption is real.
Thank you, haters.
Hate consumption is real. Last Saturday's Ohio State-Michigan matchup, 19,065,000 viewers on Fox, the most watched regular season football game on any network since 2011. It was the most watched regular season college football game in the history of Fox Sports participation in the game. It peaked at one point at 22.9 million active viewers. That's pretty impressive. Now, there are variables there. You and I both know, Zoe, that about 1 billion people tuned in to watch the potential ramifications of the sign stealing scandal. Michigan entered this game against their rival without a head coach, technically speaking. Michigan, it is felt by many, cheated their way to another undefeated season. I think a lot of people, it is what it is. I think a lot of people tuned in, great one, just to watch Michigan fail. Just to watch Michigan lose, just to watch the dream die because they felt like they had been wronged by the Wolverines and they wanted to see the comeuppance. And that didn't happen because Ryan Dayed. And that's a problem. But anyway,
but only a problem Ohio State fans will have to deal with for like another week or so.
That's fair. Take a phone call. We'll push it to the.
Well, let's go ahead and take a phone call. It's Crazy Ralph.
Crazy. Oh, it's been a minute, Ralph. Where you been, big dog?
Yeah, I've been sleeping. Why'd you
That's
have to move
the right call,
time, man.
That's the right call. That's the correct decision.
I need my rest, so I call in the afternoons. But anyway, I had to chime in here on Doncic. Yeah, he's an impressive young ball player. But hey, I remember back in '85 against the Utah Jazz, a man named Larry Bird going 30, 12, 10, and 9 assists through 3 quarters. And they said, Larry, you want to go back in and get that quadruple double? And he said, no, they've had enough of me tonight. Now that's a ball player right there, man. Not a stat rat like LeBron and all these other jerks. That was the day. Doncic wouldn't last a week in the 80s Eastern Conference. I can tell you that right now. But hey, I'm not taking anything away from the guy. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. He can shoot the ball. As always, my main point of calling is always Shane Beamer. This guy's a joke, man. This guy is like a child driving in a little child's car on the Autobahn, and he believes with all of his heart he's keeping up with everybody. This man's a deceiver. He's pulled the wool over everybody's eyes. I was looking at pictures yesterday of him and his coaches out on recruiting visits with the same schmucks that have been coaching that defense all year long. And I see Dabo going out here getting Matt Luke and these head coaches with experience on his staff. I got to tip my cap again to the Tigers doing what they need to do while we've got this little child down there in Columbia pretending to be a head coach, pretending to be incapable of turning this program around. I'm about through with college football. I can't take much more of this. We couldn't even pull out a win last night. I thought for sure we were going to Little John and we were going to smack them right in the face. And once again, the Gamecocks have let me down. It's a tough morning. I don't know what to do anymore, Rob. You're going to have to give me some hope because I told you all Beamer was a fraud a long time ago. And it's appearing that I was correct. So I hate to be right all the time, but you all have a good day now, okay? Bye.
You know what I really hope for Ralph Lonzo? What I really hope for Ralph one day is that he will find the courage and the fortitude to tell us how he really feels. That's really what I hope for Ralph.
It's hard to find your voice. You've got to get within yourself and find that confidence. He's just not quite there yet.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it can be tough to go out into the real world with an opinion and to lay that opinion out there. And I just hope that one day Ralph finds it within himself to gain the fortitude to speak his mind openly. I really do. I really do. I hope that one day Ralph is granted the courage to let us know how he really, truly feels. We got to take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute from right now. We'll talk more about that game last night. We'll talk more about Shane Beamer and the Gamecocks. We'll talk some Dabo and the Tigers. Coming up in the next hour, Rashad Beard of the Panther Nation podcast is going to join us. Emily Adams of the Greenville News is going to join us. And Fight Club at 11:20. It's all coming up on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, quick live read right here. We're coming right back. Don't go nowhere. The Rob Brown Show back on the radio. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob. He is Lonzo. We are glad to have you here on the show today. Sheezy McNeasy has texted the show. What up, Sheezy McNeasy?
Yeah.
Said, love the vitriol and the accent of Crazy Ralph. Spitting straight venom. Go Tigers. Sheezy McNeasy. Welcome to the show. Good to have you in the Armada. Texture said, Ralph's voice sounds like a Ralph, all right. You know, sometimes you just go a little too Ralph, you know? That's a Ninja Turtle movies reference. Like the weird one, the creepy one. Like the first time they went live action Ninja Turtles.
Some would say the best one.
I would absolutely say that. That movie was transformational.
Although Ninja Rappin' 2 was pretty good. Just
Ninja.
Go
rap,
ninja, go ninja, go ninja.
Rap.
Yeah.
Texture said, can Ralph get a permanent time slot? That guy's awesome. Dude, all of you have a permanent time slot. Just call into the show at 844-326-3663.
Plus, Ralph is a regular on that fine program that comes on from 3 to 7 offsides with Mark and Diesel.
Correct.
So it's Diesel, not Diesel. I just don't. You guys and your Diesel, it just doesn't sound right, and it's bothered me for years.
The word is.
No, it's not Diesel. It's Diesel. I mean,
would be D-I-E-Z-E-L.
you know, and you don't have a speech impediment. You're doing the S like that on purpose.
Like an S? You're doing the S like an S?
It's like you sound like a snake.
S like an S.
You're not,
yes, that's how S's work.
No. You're not speaking in Postle tongue, okay?
Diesel. D-I-E-S-E-L.
No, it's Diesel.
Do you Zell your house? Are you going to go outside later and Zell your car?
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
You're going to sell it.
I don't have money to Zell anybody, so I don't know how I'm doing that.
Exactly. And Zell, like diesel.
I don't know why you're so offended. Like it's like I said, you guys, I wasn't specific about you.
No, but I'm in that group.
Yes, you are.
UNC Chris says, Rashad 7 today should be short. Burn it. Tepper. What? Rashad, did I say something stupid? Yeah, I'm interested. They went live yesterday. I didn't get a chance to watch all of it. But they went live yesterday. And I don't think I'm going to need to poke Rashad for emotion today. I'll just put it that way. I think that's going to be an interesting interview. I really do. Texter said, wanted to let you know that I've been listening to you since the beginning and through the time changes. I have to travel from Charlotte from time to time. Thank you for being on in the morning so I can listen. You are very welcome, Texter. We sacrifice our sleeping for you. Texter said, what do you think about the fans saying that FSU should boycott the bowl, show up, get all the perks, and when it's time to kick off, refuse to play and walk off? I can go ahead and tell you that the contractual agreements between the schools and the bowls aren't going to let that happen. That happens, the payday goes away. And because I saw somebody else say, just say the whole team got COVID and can't play. No, you can't do anything that shady. I'll tell you what I am doing if I'm Mike Norvell. Because the list of players for the Noles that can't go or won't go is pretty extensive. It's pretty much everybody. I'll tell you what I'm absolutely doing if I am Mike Norvell. I'm playing every walk-on I got. I'm playing every walk-on. I'm playing every fourth stringer. I'm playing every guy that is put on the helmet, put on the shoulder pads, put on the spikes, work their back ends off, and never see the field. I'm playing practice squad players. I'm playing scout team guys. I'm playing everybody I can play that is a dedicated member of this team that never got the chance to see the field. I'm going, hey, you want to say you played a game for the Noles? Go on, son. Get you some. I am sending out my scout team everything and just letting them have some fun, right? Let those guys have their time to play top-level college football for a game. Let them go represent the bowl game. Let the kids, all of you folks who like to call and wax poetic about college football. All of you folks who love to tell me that, I like old college football better. I liked when it was about the blood, the sweat, the tears, and the love of the game.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm Florida State, that's the attitude I'm taking for this game. I'm taking all the kids who busted up every single week, who never get credit, who never get the time to shine, who are never on the 4-letter, who never get their name called over the stadium PA, who never get their face shown on the stadium Jumbotron. All these kids who are simply notes at the back end of the roster in a game program. All those guys are getting their time to shine. All of them are getting the opportunity to go out there and do something. How hype is the 4th string strong safety going to be if he picks off the Georgia Bulldogs in that game? How hype is the 9th string wide receiver going to be if he pops one for a tutty against Georgia? Right? Those guys are getting the rewards, because here's the thing. If I'm Mike Norvell and I just went 13-0 and won the ACC and got left out anyway, and you have officially told me that the regular season doesn't matter, well, then guess what? The bowl game damn sure doesn't matter. Well, you should try to be competitive. Screw that. Why? Why should I try to be competitive? Why should I play a game that doesn't matter when you just told us that our first 13 games didn't matter? Screw that.
Thanks, Texter. He was doing better today. And
I wasn't even going to bring it up.
You brought him back down there. Way to go.
Yep.
I hope you're happy with yourself.
Wasn't even going to bring it up. Texter said, if Florida State does that, they will get destroyed and everyone will say, I told you so. Here's the thing, Texter. There is no W for Florida State. There's none, right? There's none. If they win the game, the folks in charge are going to go, well, that wasn't really Georgia. That was bowl game Georgia. That was backup Georgia. That was JV Georgia. That's not the same as beating Georgia. If they beat Georgia, they absolutely weren't going to go, oh, that's our bad. Correct. You should have been there. They're not going to say that. And if they lose to Georgia, the committee and all the folks at the top who made money decisions to keep FSU out are going to go, see, we told you. We were right all along. There is no W available for Florida State here. There is no W. If they win, it's because Georgia didn't care and you got the JV. If they lose, it's see, told you so. So screw it. I'm throwing out my reserves, my walk-ons, my backups, my guys who never got PT. It's y'all's time to go get a dub. It's y'all's time to go play some high-level college football. It's y'all's time to represent the garnet and gold on the green. Have a ball, kids. I'm going to call that game. If I'm Mike Norvell, I'm putting out my walk-ons, I'm putting out my reserves, and then I'm telling all of them, I'm going to coach this game like it is the Natty. I am going to give you boys everything I got and let y'all try to get this win. You know the spot you've been in. You know the reality of your career. You know you're going to be outgunned. But I'm going to call this game like we are going for a natty.
You're going to have a ring ceremony? Like
hell yeah.
I'm
going to tell you right now, win, lose, or draw the bowl, I don't care. If I'm Florida State, I'm hanging a banner. 100%. I'm hanging an undefeated national champions banner. Screw it. Why not? Why not? Nobody beat us.
So the year we got snubbed for Sports Show of the Year, should we have hung a banner for that?
No.
Okay.
We didn't get snubbed. We got beat.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
We got snubbed. There's no one in the state of South Carolina better, and so we got snubbed. So we should put up a banner for that year.
Listen, there was nobody in the state better or in the country better than Georgia until there was. We got beat. Florida State didn't get beat. Florida State did not get beat. So, yeah, I would hang a fake banner. I would sell T-shirts. I'd go all out because if you are going to make
that lessens the program, at least in the public eye, I think when you do that stuff. I mean, it's
what does it matter?
It's one thing for another lower level Florida team to do it, but this you can't do it.
They just went 13-0 and got told we don't think enough of you. So then screw you. We're just going to troll on.
Again, the 4 best teams are playing in the playoffs.
For somebody who loves trolling, Lonzo, I am shocked that you would tell Florida State not to troll
Yeah,
here.
because it makes you look bad. Trolling is okay. As long as you come out on top, but you're not if you do this. It lessens your program if
How?
you do that.
How?
It says
Just accept
it
that the
does.
power players on top said bleep you, take that bleep you, and what? Just accept it. Just be quiet. Just be quiet, losers. I mean, sorry, never lost.
All right. They should not be quiet, just like you should not be quiet. But hanging a banner that's something totally different. That's
I
no.
put that in the
Come on.
category of the people who go, don't storm the field, don't storm the court. No, screw that. Oh, I look down on you. I don't care.
Well, if you storm the field, you're putting yourself and other people in danger. That means you don't care about humanity and you're a bad
There
person.
have been
This
a
has
million
this
field
has
stormings.
I mean
When's the last bad thing
if
to
you
happen?
guys all want to be bad people, that's I guess on you, but you know, those
Listen
kids
to
are just trying to get
Mr.
off the field, trying to get off the
Listen
court.
To
You put
Mr. I'm not the arbiter of anything.
you putting them
You're orbiting hard right now.
Listen, I'm just saying you're bad people. And I'm guessing you've been a bad person a few times in your life.
Yep, sure have. Sure have.
Okay. All right. Fine.
Look,
Don't hang a banner. You look bad.
there's-
Your team looks like a Division III team if you
Okay,
do that.
cool. I'm glad you think that. I don't care. We are 13-0. If I am Mike Norvell,
I speak for the people. The people would think that.
if I am Mike Norvell, I am trotting out the walk-ons. I'm coaching it like it's for the Natty, but I'm trotting out the walk-ons. I'm running tricks. I'm running gadgets. I'm running everything I can run. I'm trying to win that game with my reserves, with my backups, with my walk-ons. And at the end of the year, I'm hanging the banner because you screwed us, so screw you right back, eh? Screw you.
We were having a killer show, and that texter had to do this. You know, it was a fun show. It was an uplifting show. It was even in the midst of all the Panther talk. It was. I was so glad to be a part of it. And texter, you had to bring it back down. You should be ashamed of yourself. You know what? If I was on another show, I'd block you.
Tell you what, call, as this texter correctly pointed out, call Bama and tell them to take down their 1912 Horse and Trailer Magazine National Championship banner. And when they do, I'll tell Florida State not to do it.
Wait,
But
is
you've
that-
never gone after them.
That was specific. So is there actually a 1912 banner, horse and trader banner? Because I don't know.
I mean, probably.
Okay,
Knowing Bama.
all right. You know, when you speak,
They hung the 1917 Larry Said So National Championship banner.
listen, you didn't say Larry said so. I mean, everyone, Larry says it. I mean,
Texture
come
said,
on.
Zoe says there's no room under this bridge for any other trolls. Answer me these questions 3. Tell you what, I'm going to go back to being in a good mood.
I doubt it.
And I'm going to wreck Lonzo's.
It's over. It's
when we
done.
come back, Luka Doncic. We talked about him earlier in the show. Yesterday, dropped my favorite soundbite in the history of the NBA. I'm going to play it for you when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Cables.
All right, guys, one more live read, and then we're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. You're going to want to hear the next thing. So we told you earlier in the show, Luka Doncic had a pretty stellar night last night. Luka Doncic went triple-double in the first half. He played just a handful of minutes in the third, ended up with his 60th triple-double of his career. That passes Larry Bird for 9th all-time. And that wasn't my favorite part of the night for Luka. My favorite part of the night was after the game was over. After the game was over, of course, who else do you interview but Luka Doncic? That's the guy. And so the poor court reporter from the Bally Sports regional network that was covering this game, they went and snagged Luka Doncic. And they said, Luka, you had a heck of a game, buddy. You feel good right now. And they asked Luka a few questions, and Luka Doncic dropped my favorite soundbite of the NBA season to date. The interview, at least the best part of it, sounded like this.
I know losing 2 games at home is disappointing. I imagine it's pretty important to come out here and get this win and get it in 50-point. That's resounding fashion.
Yeah, the point I said before the game, we just kept around and we just, love it.
You haven't been getting sleep. It's okay.
I'm sorry, but we came out with great energy, on the offensive end. So
listen, then he started talking about basketball. Nobody cares about that. I just liked Luka going, yeah, I told the boys that we can't bleep around. And then when he realized what he did, went, oh, bleep. Incredible. Luka, let me tell you why I love Luka Doncic. Aside from the fact that he's an incredible basketball player, Luka's just a dude. Like, he's just a dude. He's got his emotions on his sleeve. If you're playing and you go dirty at Luka, Luka's like, fine, that's 12 more points. Fine, that's 8 more assists. Fine, that's 4 more rebounds. No worries. I got this. And he will play to you or he will play through you. It's your choice. My man hit the mic after the game and was like, yeah, we can't around. Oh, that's just a dude caught up in the emotion of what he did, of what he accomplished. And he was just being unabashedly himself. And I love that. I love that Luka had that moment where he was just so in the zone from his 60th triple-double, a night that he absolutely, if they had needed him to, and they didn't, but if they had needed, I'm really disappointed that they ended up winning this game over the Jazz by 50. Not because I don't enjoy a good, solid drumming every now and then. They're fun to watch. When guys when the team that's getting beat by 50 in the last 7, 8, 9 minutes just kind of gives up, they trot out the bench unit, they pull the starters, and then the other team just gets to tee off on the scrubs. It can be a lot of fun. I wish that game would have been competitive. And I wish that game would have been competitive because I believe Luka would have gone 50-20-20. I believe Luka would have had a history-making night last night. But because Luka went triple-double in the first half, which, by the way, included late in the game or late in the first half, like a 22 seconds left, Luka came down with a board, went the length of the floor, and could have put up 2 more. But you know what he did instead? He made a contested pass for another guy to get a layup because he needed 1 more assist for the first half triple-double, and he knew it. When they realized the pace he was on, the Mavs put up a live stat tracker on the Jumbotron in the Coliseum, right? It was like the regular stuff on the board, but then at the bottom was a Luka stat tracker. And the closer he got to a first half triple-double, the crowd started coming alive. Luka said, yeah, I knew what I was doing. I saw the stat. I knew I needed 1 more assist. He said, so when we got inside of that last minute, I started playing for the assist. I was giving the ball to anybody I could give it to, going, shoot, don't pass again, shoot. I don't care if it is 5-on-1, shoot the rock. I need an assist. And he played to it. I love this guy. This dude is just a guy. Let me ask you this, Alonzo. You've seen some Luka games. We've talked about Luka Doncic at length. We both love watching this guy play. I like watching this guy play. Luka Doncic, because dude, he genuinely looks like he's having fun kicking everybody's.
He absolutely does. I mean, and you don't really hear any bad stories about him. At least none that I can think of. He just goes out, plays basketball, and has a blast.
Yeah. He just looked like there are so many dudes.
I don't know why he doesn't just curse in his native language. No one's going to figure that out. I mean, that might be the move to make.
That's why, because nobody can figure it out. They said Luka first half triple-double, and he said, I told the boys we couldn't come out here and around. Oh, amazing. That's just the dude being a dude, and he had a moment where he was so caught up in having himself a night and having himself an absolute game that he just went full bro in the locker room for a second. And I loved it. If you're not watching Luka Doncic, you're missing out. Listen, this is why we had Ralph earlier say, oh, Luka never would have cut it in the 80s and 90s Eastern Conference. Yeah, he would have. You know why? Because those dudes wouldn't have kept up with Luka Doncic. Are you kidding me? Those dudes couldn't have kept up. Not a chance. Luka Doncic would run circles around those guys, right? Listen, I'm not the guy that denigrates one generation of the NBA over another. They're different generations. They have different realities, different performance types, all right? I hate the East, the 80s via the 90s via the 2000s via the 2010s via the 20. I don't care about that. They're different styles of an evolving game. Turns out the 1990s Dallas Cowboys would be okay nowadays, but they're not. Let's not pretend that the bad boy Pistons were anywhere near as athletic as the 2023 Mavs. They're not. The only thing that they would have is, yeah, we're just going to Bill Goldberg you into the pad underneath the rim. That's all they got. That's not basketball. That's something entirely different. Luka Doncic is a dude. I told them we can't bleep around. Oh, bleep. I love him catching himself in course correcting by doing it again. That's spectacular. Let's see how many times Lonzo cusses while he does this Lonzo sports flash.
Extremely offended right now. Major League Baseball's hot stove season continues as the Yankees and Padres last night reached an agreement on a blockbuster trade that will send Juan Soto to New York. Iowa Hawkeye star Caitlin Clark became the 15th player in D1 history to reach the 3,000-point mark last night against Iowa State. The Hawkeyes won 67-58, and Clark scored 35 to go with 9 boards and 5 assists. The reigning National Player of the Year eclipsed the mark with her 5th three of the game with 6:11 left in the third quarter. Last night, Dallas Mavericks star Luka Doncic had a triple-double worth 40 points, with 40 points, 11 boards, and 10 assists, and he moved up on the triple-double list. Make sure you tune in tonight for Thursday Night Football as the Steelers take on the Patriots right here on The Fan. Wow, he jinxed me. He did. I stumbled all over that. So when I get called in the office and the boss asks, why can't you do better? I'm just going to say Rob Brown. That's why I can't do better. I want you to know that you jinxed me and you deserve that. and I stumbled all over the place on that thing. So I mean,
How did I jinx you?
assassinating my character. Who did it? Oh man, oops. I hate when I do that. It's one of those things, no matter how bad or how good I do those, I'm still going to have to do them. I mean, you know.
You've accepted it?
Well, yeah, you know. I have to believe that the thing is created just so I will stumble so someone can laugh at me. Because someone has that sense of humor. Two scoops of Rocky Road. Thank you. What day is it? What time is it? I don't know.
Game time. Who?
I don't know. Where am I? Why am I sent you a video. Snoop Dogg has a new movie coming out. I don't know if you saw the trailer.
I did not.
Yes. I haven't heard it with sound, but I don't know how bad or good this movie will be. Or if it's or
Snoop
why would
Dogg
you do this?
Is an ex-professional football star who's hit rock bottom, sentenced to community service, coaching an unruly peewee. So it's Little Giants. Well, it's going to be Little Dogs.
Yeah, with yeah. I mean,
Let's go.
I don't know if I'm a parent and Snoop Dogg rolls up to I don't know. I think I'm a little concerned.
Well, so I think I think it's going to be good. Snoop's a big football guy.
Oh, I know.
So like, it'll be a good football.
No, I'm more worried about I'm worried about the acting more than anything. But I'm also worried about the humor. Can he do a kids movie? I don't know.
I don't think it's going to be a kids movie.
Yeah, that's
I think it'll be a movie with kids in it, but I don't think it's going to be a kids movie.
That's my other concern. So that some people will be fooled into thinking it's something wholesome and get there and go, oh no, why did I? Well, he's on a show with Martha Stewart. How bad could he be?
Did you see the Ben Stiller, Starsky and Hutch?
Bits and pieces of it. Yeah.
Snoop was in that movie, and he was the best part of it.
Yeah.
Huggy Bear. He was the best part of that whole movie. Yeah. The third hour of the Rob Brown Radio Show goes now. That was one too few. Yes.
No, the last one I went.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah. Which is the sound a lot of people make when they listen to the show. Yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Rob Brown Radio program right here on the Fan Upstate. Rob Alonzo with E-Texter says, Rob, it's going to be UGA's third string versus FSU's third string. Don't pretend Georgia Stars are playing either. Oh, I'm not. That's why I said nobody cares about bowl games. They are worth 15 practices and a paycheck and not a damn thing else. Tim Frisbee nailed that. 15 practices and a game check and absolutely nothing else. I don't care. And if I was the Noles or the Dogs, I wouldn't care either. Georgia's in the same spot, right? For all the gripe that I truly believe Florida State has, Georgia has like 5% less gripe. Just like 5% less. They've lost one game in 3 years. Now, again, I've said repeatedly and stand on it, I don't care about 2022 and 2023, but Georgia's got the same gripe. Why does Texas go with a worse loss?
Georgia doesn't
than
have
us?
the same gripe. They lost.
Oh, I agree. They do not have the same gripe.
They lost.
They still have a gripe.
Just
it's
like
just not as good of a gripe.
you know, I saw AJ Hawk ask about Ohio State yesterday. He's like, they lost. They don't deserve to be there. It's the same thing with Georgia. They lost. They don't deserve to be there. They're not one of the top 4 teams. The top 4 teams are in the playoff, without a doubt. There is no question.
If you believe that,
There's
then you
no question.
cannot say if you lose, you don't deserve to go, as you just said about Georgia.
I'm
You
talking about
cannot say
it is for specific teams.
What? So it applies to some, but not others?
Yeah. I mean, just like around here or any business, you know, some people get away with things that other people don't. It's the same sort of thing. It's special treatment for certain people or certain conferences or certain things like that.
That's the most true of the true.
I mean, this really comes down to, because I thought we weren't going to talk about this anymore. The ACC is they're not good. They're not. So Florida State, a very good team in a very bad conference. And unfortunately, Florida State's not Clemson, so they were not going to get in. I mean, the only way they get in is if a couple more teams lose. If Michigan loses, if Washington loses, then maybe they had a shot. But there again, maybe not.
If Ohio State and
go
Georgia
to a
did
better
not-
conference. Go to a better conference, Florida State.
They can't. That's the point. That's the whole conversation. I promise you, if Florida State could just go to another conference, they would have been gone 2 years ago. They can't legally. Now, it's in part their fault.
How are they doing in transfer portal?
FSU?
Yeah.
Not great, Bob.
Because I
Not
mean,
great.
if you know that you're in, I don't want to say a trash conference, but you're in a bad conference. You're in the I can't say what someone else calls that conference. It's just not a good conference. If you know that you're there and you want a chance to play for a national title, you got to leave that conference.
Again, they want to.
Or just,
as does Clemson, as does Miami, as does North Carolina.
Or just transfer to Clemson, where if you can make Clemson better, you get to go.
Again, I don't know that that's true. And even if it was, I certainly would not take the risk. I certainly would not take the risk. You know what? While we're at it, here's a clip. And I've got the sound over here on this one, Lonzo.
Okay.
Here's the clip. I'm not going to count that.
Yeah, you should count
I'm
it.
going to count that because that puts you one ahead. And
Yeah. Okay. All right.
3-2.
Fine. We still got tomorrow and the rest of the day.
This clip dropped from an interview that Paul Feinbaum did a couple of weeks ago. I just want to emphasize that.
Yeah, but you said it 3 times when it was only 2. That would be a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago. Just listen.
Let's not forget that people in college athletics don't like Florida State. Because people in college athletics, Matt, are collegial people. They try to coalesce. You've heard them say this. You know, we may be enemies on the field. And let me tell you why they don't like Florida State. Because Florida State did something a couple of months ago that ticked off any conscience-minded person in the sport. They stood up and said, we're too good to be in the ACC. They did it not in private at a booster club meeting. They did it at a board of trustees meeting. And my theory is that may have kept them out, as crazy as that sounds. You don't do that. You don't go outside and take a leak inside, as you know. And I think there's some very like-minded people on that committee that go, why are we going to do them a favor? Now, by the way, I realize that sounds absurd in terms of picking the 4 best teams, but I'm also trying to give you the mindset here of administrators and how they think, and athletic directors. And they go, we're not selling out the biggest program in college football and the biggest name and arguably the biggest brand for a bunch of renegades.
Interesting, Paul. So what you're saying there is maybe there was the mindset of it has nothing to do with football and everything to do with we just don't like them. And on top of that, we can't leave out the moneymaker in favor of an undefeated team. So let's come up with a garbage excuse to keep them out, because you can't admit that. They can't come out and go, we can't let FSU in because of what we think that they said a couple of months ago, and we can't take FSU when Alabama's right there. This is Paul Feinbaum being a hypocrite.
All right.
Out loud.
Two things really quick. So you walk outside and you pee through the window.
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
Yeah, no.
And as somebody who botches phrases all the time, I'm going to let it slide. But yeah, that was a big one.
And the other thing, shout out to the stream and to Will, by the way. How you doing, Will? And the best conference is the one who wins. There can be only one. So whoever wins the national championship, that's the best conference. You know what conference is not going to do that though? The ACC.
All right, so when Michigan wins the Natty, I'm assuming Zoe's going to come in here chanting B1G the next day.
I would never say I've never said that. I will still call it the Big Ten because that's what it is. That I don't know what that other thing is that you said.
That being said, is it just
I'm gonna walk out of the studio and pee back into the studio.
From this point forward, every time I hear Paul going, "Oh, Alabama's one of the 4 best teams," I'm just responding with Paul. Every time I hear Paul say that, well, you can't leave Alabama. They're one of the 4 best teams. I'm just going to play Paul back to Paul. I appreciate Paul Feinbaum greatly. I appreciate the fact that he said the quiet part out loud. I appreciate the fact that he said the quiet part out loud. Thank you, Paul.
I'm going to start calling you FTR because you said at the end of the hour, you're getting away from this when we got back into this hour.
Y'all did it, not me.
So like FTR, you lie.
I didn't do this. I am simply reporting what one of the most powerful people in college football had to say. When Paul said, "Let me give you the mindset." The committee said, "We can't let FSU in because of their past behavior, and we can't leave Alabama out because they're the brand." Now, whether that is true or not.
Do you really think that's a possibility?
Hell yes.
You think that's
How do you
that's a
not?
possibility? I don't.
How do you not?
Yeah, I don't think that's the reason why.
I mean, I think that Lonzo, being the little baby cherub that he is looking for the positive here. And I respect that and appreciate that about him.
Way to demean being a cherub by throwing little in there.
Cherubs are little by definition. Cherubs are little.
I've never seen one, but if you say so.
You've seen cherubs, or at least representations of them.
There we go. That's bad.
Lonzo, the baby-faced cherub that he is looking for college football to be an ideal world. And I respect that and appreciate that. I wish it was true.
It's not an ideal world. It's
No, it's
business.
clearly not.
It's NFL light. And,
Exactly.
and the NFL is scripted. Now so is college football.
Certainly feels that way. And you know who else said that and feels that way? Paul Feinbaum. So maybe, Paul, maybe the next time you're going to go on the radio and tell people they need to, and I quote, "shut the hell up," end quote, with their quote, "fake outrage," end quote.
Shut the hell up.
Quote from Paul Feinbaum. Maybe, Paul, maybe just take a listen to you.
Shut the hell up.
Maybe just take a listen to yourself and the thing that you just said. Maybe understand that the people that are upset about this are literally reacting to a thing that you just said. You just said FSU may have gotten left out because they said a few months ago, "We are too good for the ACC." And by the way, I would argue that this year just proved them right because they won out. And despite winning the ACC, they became the first undefeated conference champs in the history of the playoffs to not make it in. So it seems to me like they kind of justified and validated their point. And then you said in the same clip, the playoff committee could not leave their money-making brand out in favor of FSU. They could not leave out, quote, the biggest program and the biggest name and the biggest brand in college football. Hey, when people say brand, all they mean is money-making potential. That's it. That's what that word means in this case, in this context. So, Paul, maybe before you pop on the airwaves with your pompous ass and tell people, shut the hell up with the fake outrage. Maybe you take a listen to the thing that you said yourself and validated that. No, this is not a conspiracy. I literally just played you the clip.
You paid me? Where's the cat?
I can't. I don't pay myself.
All right. The real conspiracy here is, let's just say maybe there's some teams that want out of the ACC, and they're trying to find a way to get out of the ACC.
That's not a conspiracy. That's literally happening.
And so some of those teams, they start a quarterback that maybe shouldn't be starting and make their team not as good as it usually has been, because they know if they're in, they're in. And then they allow another team to move up to take the hit who also wants out.
You're reaching, but I like it.
Maybe this is all about Florida State and Clemson colluding to get out of the ACC.
It's not, but I like it.
Because of business.
But I like it.
Because of business.
Let's take a break. When we come back here in just a moment from right now, Rashad Beard is the host of the Panther Nation podcast. He's going to join us to talk a little Carolina Panther football. We'll talk some silver and blue when we return on the Rob Brown radio program in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, one more live read, and then we're coming back with Rashad. Don't go anywhere. Rashad, what's up, fella?
What's going on?
Doing all right, big dog?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Good, man. Welcome to the PNP Army chatting in already, man.
Yeah, they're coming in, man.
I love it. I love it. For the North Carolina Panthers. Woof.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. The folks down here in the upstate were not pleased with the announcement yesterday, Rashad.
Yeah, I got to talk about that. That's pretty big deal. Pretty big deal.
Yeah, they are. I mean, we don't have to get too deep into it, but that's a big blow for Spartanburg, man. Big blow for Spartanburg.
Big deal. Big deal.
Kellen says DT continues to alienate fans. I'm gonna tell you right now, they're going to be a big drop in Panther fans up here in the upstate for sure. Like that was the connection to the team. You know what I mean? And now it's gone. Woof.
Yeah, no, on Twitter yesterday, man, it was legit fans hitting the transfer portal.
Yeah,
like,
for sure. I saw,
did you see the graphic?
Some dude on Reddit made like the whole
graphic,
like, respect my privacy graphic.
Yeah.
Man, it was hilarious.
Man, I was dying when I saw that. Man, hilarious, man. It's funny, but it's not funny, and I completely understand. That's I get it.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be 2 states, 1 team, right?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
I'll ask you about it on the air. You think that was a shot because of the Rock Hill thing?
Not entirely. I'll say my answer for the show, but yeah, I don't think it's entirely a shot at Rock Hill.
Rashad, is Mariah Carey the Queen of Christmas? He's giving you a look over there. So
yeah, I mean,
when I ask you a question, it's that we're on opposite sides, he and I.
Yeah,
so.
no, I would say so. Yeah.
All right, look at you. No, she's
so.
not. She's not. She's not.
Who is?
Thank you.
There are 2 country artists that sue her every year.
I don't care.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you say that
sure.
they're what? Listen, country is
I can
horrible.
call myself
I'm
the
not.
Queen
I'm
of
not.
Christmas. It don't make it true.
Would you please?
I mean, I
For-
might.
for-
I might
for
it depends
going
on how much
forward, would you
whiskey
call
I have
yourself-
at the party Friday night?
Would you wear a tiara and just call you?
Deontay
Come
said
on.
she isn't the queen. She's the empress of Christmas.
Okay.
Respect,
Empress.
Deontay. Respect.
All right.
I like that.
By the way, I love Mariah Carey.
that.
I just don't think she's the Queen of Christmas. I don't think you can declare yourself monarchy. I
She
don't think
doesn't. We did. The
I
people
am
have
now
spoken.
the Duke of
The
the
people.
Upstate. I mean, come
People
on.
have spoken.
The people have spoken.
Yeah, the same people who go at LeBron because they call him the king, even though he never called himself that. She has called herself the Queen of Christmas.
I mean, if the Queen of England calls herself
when
the Queen
she
of
passes away, like 50 years from now, who's the next queen?
To be determined.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate, 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg, and around the world on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or stream the show live at thefanupstate.com. You can also join us on the live stream at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, the Rob Brown Show on Twitch, or the Fan Upstate on YouTube, all 4 hours, all 5 days a week, every single day of the week. Start your day off right with some audio Red Bull in the Rob Brown Show. Joining us on the live stream now, it is Thursday, and every Thursday we talk Carolina Panther football with Rashad Beard, the host of the Panther Nation podcast. You can find them on Twitter at Panther Nation PC, but make sure you are subscribed to their YouTube channel and have that bell notched, because they go live, and for the past week, the PNP has been unmissable, and they have not missed talking Panther football. What's up, Rashad Beard?
I mean, I've been given a lot of content to talk about, so I've got to talk about it. So, Rob, what do you want to talk about?
What do you want to talk about? Let's go. We will start. I don't want to spend a ton of time on this, Rashad, because I think down here in the upstate, it's more about the economic impact, but I do think there is a fan impact. This area, Rashad, the upstate of South Carolina, it's a transplant area. It's about 50% people who are born here, natives. It's about 50% people who have moved here from other parts of the country. So it's always been kind of a tenuous relationship with the Panthers because you got fans of everybody that live here. And so, especially with the Panthers being, relatively speaking, a newer team to the NFL, having a direct connection with fans is to me, should have been a massive priority for the Carolina Panthers. So the announcement yesterday that Tepper was taking training camp out of Wofford, out of Spartanburg, out of the upstate, and bringing it back to Charlotte, I think it's a good business move for Carolina in terms of having more team-centric activities in the Queen City. But, man, he is going to cost himself a lot of fans here in the upstate of South Carolina.
Yeah, a lot of fans hitting the transfer portal, and it's unfortunate. I do think it's a big, major shot to Spartanburg. A lot of economic impact, and I really think the ultimate reason as to why training camp was moved from Wofford is, I think it's a shot at Jared Richardson. I think he wants to get it complete. He wants to wipe Jared Richardson completely clean of the Carolina Panthers. And obviously Jared Rich, the big cat, had a connection. Has a statue outside of Wofford, inside of Wofford. And so I think he wants to rid himself of that. And I think this was the final step. And obviously, I think they rushed the announcement because obviously there's some news that hit the wavelengths yesterday. And they kind of wanted to get, squash that and say, all right, let's put this out. We're going to move training camp. So they don't have everything figured out. There is going to be some component of, I guess, Fan Fest is going to now move to somewhere in South Carolina. They don't have the details. So I don't know. I think it's, again, there's a mantra, 2 states, 1 team. You're removing the biggest part that connected the Carolina Panthers to South Carolina, and that's unfortunate. Now, for me, that I live in Charlotte, I'm kind of happy about it, but I do know that there's a big contingent of Panthers fans that was really the connection to the Carolina Panthers, them coming to, and it's free, and you get to come up close and personal to see the players, and unfortunately, that is going to be no more.
Next year, when I cover the camp, I'm going to have to do the Rob Brown Show live from Rashad's living room.
Welcome. Hey, come on through.
Rashad Beard from the Panther Nation podcast joining us here. You mentioned wiping the slate of Jerry Richardson, and I think that's interesting. The first year that I covered the team at training camp, I found it very interesting. My colleague, Mark Ryan, pointed when we were in the entrance to the gym where they did the big VIP party and everything. He pointed to this big black sheet that was in the background. He's like, what's behind that? And I was like, no, I assumed it was like a player room or something. He goes, no, go look behind it. It was the portrait of Jerry Richardson in the Richardson Center, and the Panthers put a big black screen in front of it. So you always kind of wondered, like, okay, it's kind of tough to disconnect when the gym you're doing this party in is named after the guy. But on the other hand, to cover up that portrait was kind of an interesting decision there.
Now, that's only a recent thing, though, because when we did it the first year that gym was built, that thing was
front
right.
Center,
yeah.
right.
And they never tried to cover anything.
So this, I don't know how long ago they decided. I know it was covered the first year I got here, or the first year was open after I got here, which was 3 years ago. So that's kind of interesting. And not just because they did it, Rashad, but because they're doing it at a point in time where David Tepper is under more fire than he's ever been under before, to the point that there are a lot of Panthers fans. I am not one of them, to be clear, but a lot of Panthers fans going, you know what? I'm kind of over Jerry Richardson and what the guy did because at least the team was good. I don't like that mentality or that attitude, but what a weird time for Tepper to make this move when he's being criticized more than he's ever been criticized before.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's very interesting. Again, I think a lot of it had to do with the article coming out yesterday from The Athletic, and there was a lot of Tepper, a lot of negative Tepper stuff in that article, and I think they wanted to squash it. That's my biggest. That's what I can go off of, and I don't know. Again, I don't know what they're doing. But obviously, this is going to be a business move. Again, Tepper, one thing we do know, And the one takeaway we did get from his press conference was that, you know, the business is doing well. So this is you know, this is a business move. And I firmly believe that, you know, again, they're probably going to charge. I don't know this to be true, but they're probably going to charge for training camp. They're building some new facility out here. They're tearing down the dome. And let's not forget, you know, when David Tepper bought the team, the first thing he did was tear down the Big Cat's statue out there at Carolina at Bank of America Stadium. So again, this is just ridding Jared Richardson from the Carolina Panthers. So that's what I think it's about, man. I really believe that's what it's about.
So let's talk about that article that came out. The Athletic, Joe Person, Diana Rossini put out an article yesterday in which they kind of described the behind-the-scenes atmosphere around the team. I heard somebody call it a Hunger Games mentality, right? Like it was, you had cliques, you had teams, you had coaches tattling about each other to the administration. You had Scott Fitterer kind of selectively feeding information that he was getting back up to Dave Tepper. And it painted an absolute picture of dysfunction within the program to the point that, Rashad, I mean, I've said for a while, like, there's elements we need to move on from. There's elements I like. I like Ejiro Evero. Thomas Brown, I'd like to see what it's like if he actually got full control, because in that article was a picture of Brown was bringing over a McVay offense, Frank Wright bringing his more traditional mindset, and those things just didn't mesh. But I'm kind of at the point now where I'm like, dude, you may just have to burn the whole thing to the ground and start entirely over, because this article painted a real bleak picture.
Yeah, it's not pretty. You know what's the most ironic thing about this is that it all translates to the field, right? Everything that was said in that article, it definitely translates to what we see on Sunday. I mean, there was so much in that article to unpack, but the unfortunate thing is this, man. Unfortunately, we drafted Bryce and put him in this scenario, and we've got to dig out of it. And I don't know how we do it. I think, like you said, you just got to basically reset the entire franchise and start from complete scratch from GM down. But this does give me a really quick indication as to why Scott Fitterer is kind of still around, right? Everybody wonders why he's still here. Take a read of that article. Take a quick gander through it, and you'll probably see why he's still around. And so I don't know what's going on. This is a complete mess. It's not good. But a lot of this stuff is not surprising. That's the crazy part about it. A lot of stuff that we read in the article is not surprising. You got guys, you know, trying to preserve themselves and go to Tepper, go to the teacher and tell. And it's just crazy. Like, this is how our franchise is being mishandled and destroyed. And again, it translates to the field. And it's so unfortunate, man. It's so unfortunate.
It is. And, you know, we talked a little bit. Alonzo and I have been butting heads. You've been in on the conversation a number of times. I've said I still think, even 12 games into the first season, it's too early to decide if Bryce is a bust or not. It's too early to decide he's not. It's also too early to decide that he is. With all of that being said, what I can say is I don't think anybody as a rook could flourish in this situation. I've said a number of times, I think if you bring CJ Stroud down and you flip them right now, you maybe have 2, maybe 3 more wins tops, because this is more about the dysfunction behind the scenes than it is about the ability to progress and develop this football program. And listen, Rossini in person, to me, 2 folks that are pretty respected in this game, they're not going to put out that article if they can't defend it. So I'm willing to, if even 60% of what is said in this article is true, Rashad, I don't think it can be fixed.
Yeah, I 1000% agree. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And man, it's tough. It is really tough, man. And listen, to your point about another quarterback being here, that may be true. I think there's a lot of things that Bryce has to take responsibility for, and I think there's a lot of things that the organization has to. It's a combination of everything, right? And so, you know, when you talk about trying to get the man's footwork, you know, coached up in week 12, we've got problems. You know, we've got serious problems. When you talk about, hey, we want to make sure that he, you know, is learning the playbook as a priority and making sure he can call plays out of the huddle over prioritizing his footwork. We've got serious problems. So, you know, it's just it's a real problem. And I believe a lot of the stuff in it. Listen, I'm not a guy that just, you know, is going to receive what I'm reading. I have to like dig into it. A lot of it makes sense, and a lot of it is translating to what we see on the field. And so, where there's smoke, there's fire, and I really believe it. It goes back even to Tepper trying to tell Ron Rivera how to run his defense, a man that was on the 85 Bears, for goodness sakes. I mean, it's there where there's smoke, there's fire, and it's really bad. And this is why we want to do our reverse boycott on the versus the Bucks on week 18 to show Tepper, man, this is not right. You got to take a step back, let the football people make the football decisions, because everything you're in, everything you touch from the football side is turning to you know what.
Rashad Beard from the Panther Nation podcast here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. I wanted to bring this up while we're on the conversation about Tepper. It is not just David, it's Nicole too. And I found it interesting yesterday that at a moment in time where the biggest complaint from Panther fans, and I know this because Rashad Beard said it, if Shad does it, it's true. This ownership group is hands-on and not in a good way, right? Like it's you're meddling. You've gone beyond an owner who's invested in the product and is there getting updates and all that, to the guy who feels like he needs to be pulling the strings. And at a moment where that criticism it's at an all-time high, Nicole Tepper decides this is the right time to go down on the practice field and be interacting with coaches and players while practicing has happened. Dude, that's why this narrative is that narrative. That's why this narrative is going around. When you can't even get the optics right, forget actually running the team. When you can't get the optics right, and the minute Carolina Panther fans are hitting an all-time crescendo with their complaints, you immediately go do the thing that they are complaining about, and that publicly. That tells me, Rashad, that either they hear it and they don't care, or they're so disconnected from the fan base that they don't know that that's the gripe and they just keep doing it. Either way, not a great look.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's got to be telling this man that this is not the move, right? Because you can just over the past couple of weeks, we've got countless situations of where what you're saying is absolutely correct. Either they recognize it and they don't care, or they just have a complete lack of situational awareness. Go back to his press conference of him talking about bringing Beyonce to Charlotte over our 1-11 football team, which is what the press conference is supposed to be about. And then you go even as far as yesterday, releasing that news about moving training camp from Wofford, right? It's a complete lack of awareness of what you're going to do to this fan base. I think if you just had somebody smart like me on your team to say, hey, if we're going to release this kind of information, let's at least have the olive branch prepared and ready to give to South Carolina, just to say, all right, we're going to move training camp, but we're going to do X, Y, Z. You're going to get this instead. And it just to release that without having the full plan, it's just not. It's a complete lack of situational awareness. And then, like you said, going to training or going to practices and just being out there and just knowing that the fan base has this narrative about you. It's just complete lack of situational awareness. And either, like you said, they don't care, or it's just they got to get better people around them.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable lack of situational awareness. It's an unbelievable lack of tact. Like, dude, you go sit in top of the stands. You can still watch practice. You can still take your notes and critique or whatever. But to have her out there literally pulling coaches away from drills to talk with them while a 1-11 football team is getting ready. By the way, for a very winnable game, Jameis Winston is starting for the Saints. You can win this damn football game. We're bad. This is winnable. And so 4 days before a very winnable football contest against a football team that is floundering within the division right now, to have her doing the thing that people are upset about and then either not caring or not recognizing that people are upset about it, like that to me illustrates that the problems are at the very top and they're not even willing to pretend like they're trying to fix them. That causes me to believe that, Rashad, you and I are going to be covering a bad football team for like a real long time, dude.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. Unfortunately, listen, I'm trying to remain positive. But they're making it very difficult, man. I've got to see what they're going to do over the next couple of months, who we're going to bring in as a head coach. That's going to speak volumes. But we got a lot of listen, tear it down to build it back up. That's really the only thing we can do. And listen, you talk about it. We came into the season saying, hey, this division is a mess, and we're on the right track because we have a Bryce Young, we have a young rookie quarterback. And look at us now. It's like the complete opposite in that, hey, we've got Bryce Young, but there's nothing around him, and we've essentially got to start over. And so now instead of saying we're a year away or a year or two away, we're saying that, hey, we might use Bryce's whole rookie contract to kind of get this thing right, and it defeats the entire purpose of having a rookie on a rookie contract, a quarterback on a rookie contract. So it's a mess. And like you said, we're going to be covering a bad team. But unfortunately, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm a Panthers fan for life. And for those that choose to cheer for another team, salute. Make sure you choose the right team. You got one shot at this. Choose your next team wisely, and I don't blame you one bit for protecting your mental health and choosing another team. So It is what it is.
The Fansfer portal is wide open right now around Charlotte. All right, real quick, Rashad, about a minute. This game coming up this weekend, Carolina, New Orleans. Again, New Orleans right now on a losing streak. Derek Carr likely going to be out as he's got not just concussion protocol, but like the third rib injury he's taken this year. Jameis looked like absolute crap last week when he stepped in spot duty. This is a winnable game. However, New Orleans defense is still pretty good. They're generating over a turnover a game at this point. Defensive line can still get it, even with a couple of injuries here and there. What's this game shape up like to you?
Another L. Going on the road, not looking good. Like, because what you just said, the Saints defense is still very respectable. And unfortunately, our offense is not. So when a respectable defense meets a struggling offense that has, no identity, you're going to get a pretty bad game. And I think our defense is solid too. But unfortunately, I do believe in Jameis. I think he'll get more points scored than our offense can. So at the end of the day, I like our defense. J.C. Horn is back and posted a credible game last week. Dante Jackson had a solid game last week. We got our defense is getting healthy. And we've been trusting and leaning on them all season. But unfortunately, just the offense won't do enough to win the game. And that's what it's been looking like all season. So I'm rolling with that. I'm going another L for the Carolina Panthers. And that's what I see.
I opened the door. I opened the door for Rashad to have just like a glimmer of optimism at the end. And he just slammed it right back shut. I get it.
That's it. I'm a realist, man. I keep it real. That's one thing about Rashad. I always keep it real, man. And it's not a good look.
Here's the thing, though. Don't get worried. He's still smiling. When he stops smiling, then
that's when we're in trouble.
Yes.
Always
that's
smiling.
when trouble.
Always
when
smiling.
Rashad hits me in the Twitter DM, like, yeah, dog, I cannot come back on the radio. Then I'll give up. Then I'll give up. Rashad Beard hosts the Panther Nation podcast. Follow them on Twitter at Panther Nation PC. More importantly, follow them on their YouTube channel. They're doing lives constantly because the Panthers just keep throwing us fun news stories to talk about. You got anything scheduled before Sunday?
We got I'm doing a morning huddle. So right after this show at 9:30, I'll be, talking some more Panthers football, some more topics we didn't discuss here. And then also I got an NFC South roundtable show tonight with a couple of other fellow YouTubers from our rival teams. And and then we'll be live streaming on Sunday. So a lot going on. Hit that notification bell.
I like it. Make sure you're tuned in to Rashad Beard and the Panther Nation podcast. Big dog, good to have you, brother. We'll talk to you next week.
Peace out, guys. Thank you.
Later on, that is Rashad Beard of the Panther Nation podcast. Let's take a break. We'll come back with Emily Adams of the Greenville News to talk some Gamecock ball. That's on the flip side. It's the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate.
Lights.
All right, guys. Those of you from the Panther Nation podcast, if you want to find us at the Rob Brown Show on Twitch or YouTube, we'll be right back. Everybody else, we'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are back.
I'm really glad we were not on stream for that.
No, Alonzo just straight up WWE'd the phone. It was pretty spectacular to watch.
And
I enjoyed it.
It worked. So I mean,
enjoyed it immensely.
yeah, I'm not the only one who has problems with these phones. You're pushing a button, you're doing your steady cadence there, and
The phone pushed Lonzo's button.
and then
for a
suddenly
second
it's like, nah, I'm not letting you dial the number, and just automatically goes, the number you've reached. No, that's not what I did. Usually it's line 2. Now line 1's messing up.
Thank you to Rashad Beard for spending a few minutes with us talking Carolina Panther football. Now we head right on down the road to the state capital, Columbia, South Carolina, and welcome in friend of the radio broadcast, friend of mine on and off the air. She is the ever so lovely Emily Adams joining us here on the radio show. Good morning, Emily Adams.
Good morning, Rob. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Hey, can't complain. You know, it's I'm a big Christmas music person. So once we get past Thanksgiving, I'm like, we're full holiday.
Go ahead,
Lonzo.
Lonzo.
No, I'm not.
Go
I'm not. No,
ahead and ask,
no,
Lonzo.
I'm not. I've currently.
Emily, I will let you be the final voice in the debate.
It's not final. It's not.
Is Mariah Carey indeed the queen of Christmas?
Oh, of course, certainly.
Thank you very much.
You know what?
Who but Mariah Carey?
Thank you very much.
I'm about to. So it's always implied that I don't like. I love Mariah Carey, but she's not the queen of Christmas. You cannot declare yourself monarchy.
She didn't. America did.
No, America did
America
not. No.
did. Emily
She earned Queen of Christmas.
She absolutely earned
Did
Queen
she?
of Christmas.
I don't
Yes.
think. How'd she earn it?
Because her jam.
All right,
is
we're
the
taking away.
number
We're taking
one
away from
Christmas
valuable
stream
Gamecock time. here.
every season. All right, that's why. All right, Emily Adams joins us. Let's jump into it. Emily, 16 players hitting the transfer portal, including 3 starters now, as Mario Anderson announced yesterday that he is out. That was RB1 for the 2nd season in a row. You wrote a fantastic piece on this that I read yesterday evening once the announcement got made. So we'll ask you in 2 parts. Number 1, why do you think Mario decided that this was the decision to be made when he was RB1? And number 2, is there any concern in Columbia over the number of players, including Antoine Wells, and obviously Mario Anderson going? Is there any concern around South Carolina for the number of players that are hitting the portal?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to be a little bit concerned just in terms of volume. 16 players is a lot in 2 days, regardless of sort of what their role is. And, a lot of those guys are not key players. Like, you lose guys to the portal, like, Tanner Bailey and Colton Gauthier were not going to start at quarterback next year. They knew that. We all knew that. It makes sense for them to go. I think, losing, Juice, Mario, Mitch Dieter, obviously kind of a unique situation, but still that one hurts a little bit. Omega Blake, I thought, was the big one that's a blow to them to lose him in addition to Juice. So it's not looking great. I think it's maybe not as bad as 16 players on surface value is, but I mean, relative to other programs, I think they're not in a great spot.
It doesn't feel that way. And the way I put it this morning, Emily, and I'll get your opinion as if you agree or don't. I said this morning, I'm not slamming the panic button yet, right? Like, I'm not going full on panic, but I'm absolutely concerned. And I'm concerned in a year that I had already, before the portal opened, before we got all this news, I said next year I think is a prove-it year for Shane Beamer. I think bowl eligibility keeps his job. 6 or 7 wins probably keeps his job, but the seat's still a little warm. But anything less than bowl eligibility may or may not bring about the conclusion of the Shane Beamer era at South Carolina. So when you combine that with the number of transfers out, especially of guys that were going to be leaned on next year, where do you put the overall opinion of the state of the program at right now?
Yeah, I think it's tough because, they do, still have that really strong recruiting class coming in. They haven't lost anybody out of that yet. And signing day is not too far away now. So you're kind of entering the home stretch of that. And the portal is seeing unprecedented numbers every year. I mean, it was, like 1,500 some guys were in there the first day. So, everybody's losing guys. You're seeing guys who you didn't expect to, Dylan Gabriel leaving Oklahoma. Even Riley Leonard at Duke, there's going to be movement, and that's just kind of the world that we're in now. I think losing your starting running back 2 years in a row is a red flag to me. Like, that's where I think you have to start to look at Montario Hardesty with a very hard eye. I think losing Juice, obviously, is not ideal. They've done a better job of keeping the defense together relative to last year when they lost Birch, getting TJ Tonka and Boogie all back, I think was big for them. But yeah, I think the biggest test for me now is who they can add, because last year they didn't do a very good job building through the portal. They didn't really fill their needs. So I think if they can do a better job of that this year, I'm less concerned than I was coming out of last offseason.
What does incoming portal look like for South Carolina? I mean, obviously Spencer Rattler played an enormous role the last 2 seasons with the, let's call a spade, lack of depth at a number of positions. It kind of feels like it would be important for them to try to fill out some of that depth chart with transfer portals. Is there any incoming movement so far that has moved the needle, and do you expect there to be over the next handful of days?
Yeah, I mean, the big one was obviously Rocket Sanders yesterday. He's going to be here on an official this weekend. Obviously has the connection with Dal Loggins from when they were at Arkansas. So that would be a huge deal. Rocket Sanders is one of the best running backs in the SEC, really struggled with injuries this year. But if he's healthy, I mean, that's a game-changing player. And then, I think they're in the mix for some of those top wide receiver guys. The duo out of Vanderbilt. I know McGowan is a South Carolina kid, is also scheduled for an official soon. So that's, somebody who could sort of help slot into Juice's spot. And Vanderbilt transfers out have actually been pretty successful the last couple of years. You get a talented guy there. It's unfortunate for Clark Lee, but they tend to translate fairly well to other SEC teams. So either McGowan or Will Shepherd, I think, would be a really big add for them. And then, there's, a handful on the offensive line, a handful on the defensive line. I think those are other kind of big areas they'll need to target. But the skill positions, I think, are really the ones to watch in these early days.
Emily Adams joins us from the Greenville News to talk a little South Carolina football. Real quick before we let you go, Emily, last night the men went on the road. South Carolina was one of 4 programs nationally that had an undefeated men's and women's team. The men dropped one at Clemson to Brad Brownell's squad. And Clemson looked real good down the stretch. Give me your update, just your thoughts on where South Carolina men's basketball stands after that L last night.
Yeah, I think, that loss hurts because it's Clemson, but I think if there is any other name on the jersey, you're not upset about that loss. I mean, this is a South Carolina team last year that could not hang with pretty much anybody. Clemson is a ranked team and looked like they deserved to be one last night. They look much better than I frankly thought they were. And South Carolina hung with them. You have a single-digit loss to a ranked team. I don't even know the last time that happened for this program. So, I think they're in a really good spot relative to, sort of their development trajectory. I think, Lamont is showing what he's trying to build in year 2. And it looks really promising.
Emily Adams joins us here every Thursday to talk Gamecock athletics. You can find her on Twitter at EAAdams6 or find her on the internet because every time something breaks for the Gamecocks, her name is the one who wrote the article. Emily, you are the best. Thank you very much, young lady. We'll talk to you next Thursday.
Pleasure as always, Rob.
You are the best. Emily Adams here on the Rob Brown Show. Lonzo here on the Sports Flash.
As they were just discussing, the South Carolina Gamecocks and Clemson basketball, they had Clemson basketball on the ropes last night with a 7-point lead at halftime, but the Tigers won the second half by 12 and put the Gamecocks away down the stretch 72-67. All 5 Clemson starters reached double figures, led by Chauncey Wiggins, who hit 2 massive threes down the stretch to pull away from Carolina. It's the first loss for the Gamecocks this year, who moved to 7-1, while the Tigers stay undefeated at 8-0. Updated information on the head injury suffered by Panthers tight end Hayden Hurst has been made available. Hurst's father said that he was diagnosed with post-traumatic amnesia as a result of the hit against Chicago on November 9th. We are the home for Furman Paladins football. Tune in Friday night. That's tomorrow. As the Paladins playoffs continue, Furman takes on Montana at 7:30 right here on the Fan Upstate.
Nailed it. Stuck the landing.
I have the perfect 3 in me. One day, I'm going to hit 3 of them in a row.
You just did.
No. I'm talking about all 3.
Oh, you mean all 3 flashes.
Yes. It's going to happen in 2024. I can feel it. If I could just learn to not stumble. Maybe I should go take a speech class.
Oh, I didn't ask Emily about peppermint bark. I'll ask her on Twitter.
Sure, pile on doesn't mean you guys are right. I watched an interview with Chris Jericho yesterday, and I love the attitude that he has. He's like, I do what I want to, whether people think I should or not. I have opinions, and just because it's different than anyone else doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just my opinion. So he echoes everything that I say, and no one accuses him of being a contrarian.
You are 100% entitled to your opinions, just like I am 100% entitled to tell you they're bad opinions, and vice versa. I have plenty of bad.
There are times when you believe that your opinion is the opinion of everyone, when my opinion is definitely the opinion of everyone. And so your opinion can't be the opinion of everyone if mine already is.
I just love that we have asked multiple people have said, no, your opinion's wrong. And you're still like, nope. It's me. It's for the people. Emily and Rashad are of the people.
A very famous person from this area said, know what you believe and why you believe it. And I do. And I stick with that. And I also learned early on in the business, which I've been in much longer than you, that stick to your take, man. Stick to your take.
Okay, this is more important.
Okay.
I just found a website where I can buy a Gus Polinski King of Polka jacket like he wore.
Gus Polinski, it's drawing a blank here.
From oh God, now I just blanked.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles? So the answer is no, you shouldn't buy it. Because if you don't know where it came from.
Home Alone, God.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Hey, I had the right guy, though.
Yeah.
I think. It's John Candy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I buy that jacket.
That's had the wrong movie. I would, John Candy's actual size would fit me. So, yeah, maybe I would go with that.
Oh, it's a T-shirt. It's not the jacket.
If
it's the jacket, I'm buying it.
He did, James, but you know what? That Adam Copeland guy just came along and kept still in his spotlight. No one likes a spotlight stealer.
I've just gotten a text from Rhonda Brown who said, if Queen translates to the most annoying woman ever, then you're correct. The final hour of the Rob Brown Show goes now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do, Upstate South Carolina? Hello, world. Wait, I got to make sure I got the sound on this time.
I'm talking to America here.
There we go. We nailed it. We absolutely nailed it. Good to be with you. Robin Lonzo with you on a lovely Upstate Thursday morning. Got a lot of things that we have been talking about this morning. We have talked college football playoffs. We have talked South Carolina football and basketball. We have talked Carolina Panther football. If you missed the news yesterday, the Panthers announced that they will be moving training camp out of Wofford, out of Spartanburg, and will be taking it back to Charlotte. Rashad made a real good point that I think needs to be considered. In this move, you would think that for a team that has sworn up and down the halls that it's a two-state, one-team mentality, right? They want it to be the Carolina Panthers, not the North Carolina Panthers, not the Charlotte Panthers. The Panther logo is a take on both states' outline put together. You would think that in the announcement that they were moving training camp out of the upstate of South Carolina, and this team will at this point, with the exception, if we're lucky, of a fan day in the area, which, by the way, let's call a spade, the likelihood that they are going to bring the team to a fan day as opposed to maybe a couple of dignitaries is very low. With the exception of a fan day, they have basically just severed the last connection that they had with at least the upstate of South Carolina. You would think that they would have had an olive branch in there somewhere, right? You would think that they would have had we know this sucks. We know this is going to damage the economy of the upstate, certainly the economy of Spartanburg, of Wofford, of that surrounding community. We know this is going to hurt. So we are going to do this instead. You know, we're gonna create a special code that residents of the upstate get 15% off football tickets next year, or we're going to pop up a team store in Wofford, in Spartanburg, where you guys can buy discounted merch for the team. Do something to make amends. Instead, all we got was the announcement. And then Rashad brought up, I thought aptly, the timing of this announcement. It came the same day as that article that dropped yesterday in The Athletic. That article hit while we were on the air yesterday. And if you have not read it, if you can't get behind the paywall of the article, the nuts and bolts version is that the team is dysfunctional in every aspect. The team is dysfunctional. Apparently, the offensive line doesn't like the offense. Either the play calling, the play callers, or the skill position players on it. And why wouldn't you? The offense has been tailored to a group of skill position players and tailored away from an offensive line that you've built. And in doing so, you have effectively set a power run style offensive line up to look like failures. And they are. But I do think they have a legitimate gripe in saying you have created an offense that is totally different from what we are as players. So we are going to fail because you have set us up to fail. If I give Lonzo a screwdriver and tell him to hammer in a nail, he's gonna fail, but it's because of me. I did not provide him with the correct tools for the job. Don't kill my hypothetical Slayer.
I didn't say anything.
I think they're right. There's dysfunction within the coaching staff, according to this report. And again, this comes from Joe Person and Diana Rossini. These are two people that are pretty respected within the game. This is a report from two people that have got credibility. This isn't some random blogger or podcaster or dude who claims to have a story that no one can verify, right? I've told you guys for a very long time. This is the reason, predominantly, that I don't have podcasters on the show. I will always go to the media. Rashad is the exception. And that's because Rashad has never gone, here's a story. Rashad just has, to me, fantastic opinions on the story. And he makes it compelling enough to have the conversation. These are journalists. These are people who are at press conferences, who are at every single media availability. These are people who get a scoop, and have gained credibility over the course of years, writing a story that says the coaches formed cliques. The coaches formed groups. And the groups would go against each other, and they would tattletale on each other to Scott Fitterer. And then Scott Fitterer would give select information that he heard up the chain to David Tepper, and would withhold information that would have made him look bad and deliver information that would have placed the blame elsewhere. Scott Fitterer was the little finger of the Panthers. And he had little birdies within the coaching staff feeding him information. And then he decided what information needed to go where he came out looking best. This article was real bad. Real bad. And I told Rashad, to me, what this article ultimately did was show you that the whole organization is rotten from the inside out. I've been saying for a few weeks, I'd be making changes. I'd be making personnel changes. I'd be moving on from Scott Fitterer. I'd be moving on from the majority of the coaching staff. I would be telling Thomas Brown, if you want to stay, you can stay. Build the staff underneath your offense. I'd be telling Ejiro Evero, if you want to stay, you can stay. Build the staff for your defense. And I'd be bringing on a head coach that I said, here's the keys. And if you don't like Thomas Brown or you don't like Ejiro Evero, you can move on from them too. But you got to find a guy who can just be in charge of everything from top to bottom. And while all this conversation is going on, you got this article that drops that said it's worse than that on the inside looking out. It's worse than that. So we'll see how it plays out. But I'm to the point now with the realization that the fans can't fire David Tepper, but David Tepper needs to fire everybody. That locker room, the day after Week 18 comes to its conclusion, the next morning, that Panthers HQ building needs to be completely clean and clear. Dave Tepper needs to hire a GM immediately who is not afraid to tell him no. And David Tepper needs to learn how to be told no by football guys. And then they are going to need to find a young offensive head coach who sees the game differently. Jeremy Fowler put out a small piece yesterday where he said, quote, I've talked to people around the league who believe the Panthers will go with a young offensive coach for their next HC. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson is 37. Eagles offensive coordinator Brian Johnson is 36. They fit that mold, as does Houston coordinator Bobby Slowick, who is 36. Miami coordinator Frank Smith isn't as young. He's 42, but is considered an ascending coach. There will be others, but there will be a level of shock in sub-league circles if owner David Tepper did not go young and offensive. I don't get the sense that Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh will be in play here, which I'm okay with it, right? I'm good with that. There's only one reason I would be on board with the Harbaugh hiring. Only one. Because if Harbaugh takes that job, he is only going to take that job with the understanding from David Tepper of, you get the hell out of the way. This is mine. I run it. I make the personnel calls. I make the staffing calls. You're not going to slip me a Post-it note with a drawing of a picture of a play that your wife saw on YouTube. You're not doing it. All right? This is my team. So if Harbaugh shows up, it would be the only way that I would go, I know the head coach is at the controls, not the owner. That's the only reason I would accept Harbaugh. If it's not going to be that, then yes, Frank Smith at 42, not necessarily young in terms of coaching, but he's been under Mike McDaniel for a couple of years. He's seen how Mike has been innovative. He has run Mike's offense. He can bring elements of that. Ben Johnson at Detroit. This is a guy who resuscitated the career of Matt Stafford. And the Lions are going to win the NFC North. Not only are they going to win the NFC North, but they're a game off pace to be the 1 seed. Remember, their head coach is a defensive guy. That means that Ben Johnson is running the show. I'm not saying he's the guy, but I am saying if you think he is the guy, and that direction's the direction you want to go, the only way that's going to be successful is if Tep tells Ben, when you get here, it is your show. When you get here, you are calling the shots. I'm getting out of the way. Nicole, get off the sideline. Go throw your temper tantrums up in the box. If you want to design plays, grab your tablet and scribble some down and have your fun, share them with your friends, see what they say, but Ben's running the show, or Bobby, or Frank, or Jim, or whoever.
All right, Ben's not coming. He already said no last year. He's not going to say yes again. Also, your Christmas wish list there, I don't think it's going to happen as far as Tepper and Mrs. Tepper getting out of the way. But something you and Rashad both said got me to thinking about something. Joking around about Charlotte Panthers and the fact that he wants to get away from everything Jerry Richardson. He's going to change the name, Rob. He's going to change the name to the Charlotte Panthers.
You think so?
That's what's the most thing associated. Unless he's not going to change the mascot, but you take that away, you make it the Charlotte Panthers. then you've made it your team, haven't you? And how many other teams in the NFL are named after a state? There's only one, right?
Arizona is named after a state.
Okay,
New England
all right.
is named after a
Yeah, but that's not New England is a
conglomeration
group
of
of states.
Uh,
The majority of the NFL are city names.
You got two New York teams. Technically, they're in New York City, but New York is also the name of the state. So I'll go half credit on that one.
He's gonna change. He's gonna change the name.
I'm like running through every division in my head trying to come up with them now.
He's changed.
I think that's all the AFC. Tennessee.
Okay.
The Titans.
All right.
All
right. So
New York teams. Washington is named after DC. They play in Virginia. I don't know if that counts or not. So Seattle, Arizona. You got we said the Cardinals, Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay, Chicago. No, Chicago is definitely a city, not a state.
Yeah, it's a city.
Atlanta, Tampa, New Orleans, and Carolina. Yeah. So that's it.
So the majority of the teams are named after a city. I'm just saying, if he wants to completely pull away from Jerry Richardson stuff, he's going to change the name.
Yeah, but let's be real. You alienate half the fan base right there.
Do you?
Yeah, you alienate the entire state of South Carolina. Now, I'm not arguing South Carolina's going to have as many fans as Charlotte itself does. I am going to argue you are not going to lose fans in Charlotte by keeping the Carolina Panthers. You are going to lose fans in South Carolina by becoming the Charlotte Panthers.
But you already are doing that by moving training
I don't
camp
disagree
out.
with that either.
So if you're going to do that, why not change the name completely?
Oh, Minnesota.
Okay.
But yeah, the point is, I get what you're saying. You've already alienated South Carolina by taking training camp away from them.
But this is mostly about the thing that Rashad was saying about him trying to get away from all things Jerry Richardson.
And if that is true, honestly, and this is going to be the hottest take, I really don't care. I really don't have a problem with that, right? Okay, fine. I don't care. Here's what it really comes down to. Forget all of that. Lonzo, what's the most important thing that fans care about?
Winning.
That's it. That's it. You could change the name tomorrow to the Queen City Monarchs, and no one would give a darn if you go 15-2.
All right. Let's. I mean,
actually, I think that'd be kind of a dope name.
No, that's a soccer name. So stop trying to infuse soccer.
It's not. Charlotte FC is the soccer
name.
name.
No. It sounds like a soccer team. You're gonna say
no.
Queen City Monarchs sounds like a soccer team or a USFL team.
Washington football team is a soccer name.
No,
which, by the way, I also freaking loved.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Go outside, nerd.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Thursday.
You just set me up for the perfect time where I could have walked out because you were getting ready to go to break, and I could have just put my headphones down and walked out, but I'm not doing it because I'm a professional.
Gosh, I would not have known what to do.
Doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter if you know what to do or not. There would be a moment of dead air because you would have to get up and walk around.
Texter said, Rob, I 100% agree with Lonzo about the name change. Oh, I think Lonzo may be correct. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying he's got to be real careful. Does Tep about not alienating the South Carolina fan base?
He does not seem to care.
We'll see. Texter said, definitely a soccer name. LOL. I don't know, man. Queen City Monarchs would be kind of a dope name, man. Like the you go with a city nickname as your name. That'd be great. Whatever.
You just sit at home in your grandma's basement with your drawers on, typing on your damn keyboard. Shut the hell up.
It's Thursday. You know what that means. Coming up next, Fight Club with the great one. We talk pro wrestling, MMA, and boxing on the flip side of the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Joey B, that is what I refer to as the Al Davis element. When you get to the point that you know the team cannot be different until the owner dies or sells. And you know the majority of the owners are not going to sell unless they are forced to.
Have you seen the Ric Flair Michael Chandler thing?
Woo, but no.
I haven't listened to the sound, but I've watched the video a couple of times. There's poking and there's fighting at the end.
Rick, no Rick.
Yeah.
No. Rick, no.
none of those teams have the same situation as the Carolina Panthers do, which is where they're losing support left and right. They wanted to build a bridge between South Carolina and North Carolina. They did successfully under previous ownership, and now that connection has never felt more distant. You know, when I arrived here in 2019, 56% of our audience said the Carolina Panthers were South Carolina's NFL team. Last year, it was down to 16%. Major department stores have not a single item of Carolina Panthers clothing. What you are witnessing is ownership.
All right, that's a lie, man. You know what? I don't care. That's a lie. That's ridiculous. If you go into one store, you cannot make that. It's embarrassing. God, so embarrassing. And break the stinking Casio. As a keyboard player, it hurts my heart. Dude. All I'm going to say, Zach, there's only one person in this building that ticks me off like that. That's all I'm saying. You know, that video has popped up 25 times in my feed. Now I can't find it.
Which one? Oh, the Ric Flair one?
Ric Flair and Michael Chandler. Oh, there it is. I found it. Let's hope there's no cursing.
5 hours a day, 5 hours a day, 11 hours.
Okay, there's cursing.
I don't do a shit. I don't do lines, Rick. Well, then you can't shoot your man there. Look at bullshit. I get it. You've done the thing. You're man.
Apologize for the language if you hear it.
I know you're not. I fucking know that.
Hurry.
Move my hand. Move my hand. Move my fucking hand. You're a legend. No, I'm not here. I'm not sure you are a cocky old man who passed his prime and you keep on doing your thing. I was in the GM, dude. You're so cute. You're right.
Work, but I love it.
It is work. It is work. It is work. You know, up until that point,
Rick threw a wrestling punch.
up until the point where he throws the it looks like
It looked legit. I was in.
Yeah.
I was in. Work till it wasn't.
Let's face it, Rick's actual punches would be that slow because he's really old. Although it was cut. So it makes you think maybe the first part was really real. Yeah. And then
they were like, wait a minute.
Okay, come on, guys, come on. And then they did that. All right, let's be honest. Everyone out there knows that we've had Fight Club ever since FSU was left out of the playoff. Because Rob's has been one
I
to.
wasn't even thinking about it, so you just said it.
Rob's been one to punch somebody ever since. And luckily he hasn't come around this way.
Wasn't even thinking about it till you just said it.
All right, lots of things to get into, including, first of all, and this will be for Nerf Wall.
Ooh.
We have a pay-per-view tomorrow night, or Saturday night, rather, and it is NXT Deadline. So here's one of those things where I know
if I'm going to get got. This is the one
I know
that's
Rob is not up on NXT right now because there's a lot of stuff going on, and he's been busy. So I know this might be our only chance, people.
If I'm going to get got, this is the one where I get gotted.
All right, let's start off with the kickoff show, Nathan Frazier versus Axiom. I know you know who everybody is pretty much in here, so I'm not worried about that.
I'm about a week and a half behind on NXT, so I'm not like super out of the loop, but I haven't seen, I think, the last two. But you know, I actually really like Axiom, but I know they're kind of doing a Nathan Frazier push right now, so I'm going to go Nathan Frazier.
All right,
has he heel turned since I last watched?
No. But he did just get squashed. And yeah, so I don't know if that's about to happen or not, but his new character not working so much. The nice, calm, cool, that's not working so much. I also am going with Nathan Frazier. Yeah, your name's Rob. That's right.
That is my name, actually.
Carmelo Hayes versus Lexus King. Now, here's the thing. There's been some more video and stuff going on. Did Carmelo call Lexus King and put out a hit on his buddy? Did he do that? Did he put out a hit on Trick?
So,
and how would that influence this match?
I'm going to go like solid maybe. And I'd be interested if that is the case. What I am going to say is you brought this guy back. You gave him, I think, the dumbest look of any wrestler in a very long time.
They're trying to make him look like his dad to a
they're
degree.
Doing.
Yeah.
They're trying to do it without doing it, right? I know what you're trying to do here. Here's the thing. If he loses, this whole thing about making a big deal out of him is pointless. I am going to go, I don't do this very often, but this guy's got to win or whatever they've built around him goes away. I am going to go with I'm going to go with a dirty win, but a win for Lexus King.
I also am going to go with a win for Lexus King, but I think it's going to be because of Trick interference. We'll see. We will see. All right, the next match is, and it really built this up. I got to say, Roxanne Perez still doesn't do anything for me because she can't talk. And that may come in time, although there are some wrestlers that never quite get the realism in their mic work. Everything sounds like she's trying to do a ninth grade play. I mean, it does. I'm not even going to give her credit of being a sophomore. It sounds like a ninth grade play. So Roxanne Perez versus Kiana James, whose mic work is improving, and so is her ring work. Roxanne Perez, her ring work's pretty good because she's learned from Booker T, and then she's got all the training that she's had since she's been. I don't know here. I'm going to go with Kiana James because they've been pushing Roxanne so much. I'm not sure what they're doing here.
I am going to go with, we got to pick something different at some point, but I'm going to go Kiana James here. Cause see, later on once I hit the wall, there will be a point that I'll pick some contrary to Zoe just for the sake of having some fun with it. But I'm not going to do it until my Goldberg-esque streak comes to an end. I'm going to go Kiana James, but I'm going to go Kiana James for a different reason. Cora Jade gets involved.
She makes a return.
Dirty win. Cora Jade shocks everybody, and Kiana steals the win.
She's not been around since her enhancements. I think it probably takes a while for those to.
After what happened to Charlotte,
yeah. You got to be careful with that. All right, the next match is an Iron Survivor Challenge. Trick Williams versus Dijak versus Josh Briggs versus Braun Breaker versus Tyler Bate.
So I am going to go underdog pick here. I'm going to go with the big, strong boy. I'm going to go with Tyler Bate. And I've got reason for that. All right. I got reason for that. Briggs is on his way, but he's not there yet. I think Braun Breaker is closer to the main event roster than he's not. And you do have a Dijak Trick angle that's already going that I don't know that adding a win to either one of them really helps either one of them. So I'm going to go the big strong boy gets the dub.
All right, so I can see what you're saying here, and I'm also worried that you're trying to throw this match. And
Why would I throw a match? I'm trying to keep the streak alive.
When I think you're trying to throw, it makes me just want to go extreme the other way. Because a few times I thought maybe you were trying to do it.
Nothing is more important to me than the dub streak right now.
And
Why
I would rather put myself on the wall than see you do it by not actually losing. But I'm going with Trick Williams. I think the push is real, and I think Trick has finally arrived as far as wrestling ability. All right, just a couple more. Tiffany Stratton versus Lash Legend versus I don't know what Vass is. Blair Davenport versus Kalani Jordan versus Fallon Henley. I just want to say, if you haven't seen Lash Legend slamming Otis yet, it was pretty good.
And it's not like an Otis jumps and flips thing. She straight up holds him up. It's impressive. It really is.
Yeah, it is. Man, this one's really. I mean, I think the easy thing would be to go with Tiffany, because. But in NXT, you get a push for a while, and then if you lose your push, it just goes away, and then you end up in the main roster, which hasn't happened to her yet, which is surprising. Although the main rosters, the women in the main roster, they're a bunch. I'm gonna go with Kalani Jordan.
I'm gonna be real with you. She is fun from the standpoint of being a gymnast and being able to do some cool stuff, but she's not good at anything else. So I can't go there. She is very much in her growing stage right now. I am gonna go underdog in this one. I'm gonna go Fallon Henley. I'm gonna go Fallon Henley for the win here. I think you've got Tiffany going back into the title picture. By the way, I really like Blair Davenport. Like, she's the first kind of like, I'm a tough, edgy women's wrestler that I'm like, I think she can beat me up, and I'd probably let her.
The hair bothers me, but I do agree.
I think she's got a good look. I think she's got a good sound, a good vibe. But I think they've got another story coming up for her sooner rather than later with somebody else who's going to be making a return soon. I'm going to go an underdog.
You mean somebody who did make a return?
Oh, did she?
Yes.
Well, there you go.
And kicked her on the.
Yep, there you go. Fallon
okay.
Henley wins.
All right. Dominic Mysterio was supposed to be Wesley, but he has to have back surgery.
Sucks so bad, dude.
Yeah, it does.
That sucks a lot.
And at first I thought it was a work because he was shaking and everything when he was in the ring, but apparently he does have to have back surgery. But replacing him is Dragon Lee, and in Dragon Lee's corner is Rey Mysterio Jr. So Dominic Mysterio or Dragon Lee, Dom is not going to – they're pushing Dragon Lee, but they're not going to take it away from Dom.
Ooh, we have our first legitimate disagreement. I do. I think for a couple of reasons. Even though Dom and Rhea have been working NXT quite a bit, I think at some point they got to catch a break and go back to their main show. On top of that, there's a wild card in play here. A guy that has been hanging out with Dragon Lee and kind of giving him the rub every now and then. At every now and then, you got to let the face get the comeuppance over the heel. Ray's going to show up and ruin this. Dragon Lee's going to win.
That could happen. That really could happen. But also there's somebody else who used to be in the LWO who might actually show up and stop Ray from disrupting. Who knows?
That would be such a dope story.
Yeah.
That would be good.
Because he put him on the shelf, and the fact that he's showing up somewhere means he's not on the shelf enough.
Yep.
So,
I would love that.
All right. And finally, Ilya Dragunov versus Baron Corbin for the NXT Championship. I love finally an angle that is perfect for Baron Corbin, showing him at home and how he's with his family and taking videos of him, and it looks like his actual house and how nice it is, and pointing out how Ilya's family is halfway across the world. And it's a really, really, really good storyline. I'm going to go with Baron Corbin finally winning the NXT Championship.
You know what? I really want that to happen. I do. I'm going to go Dragunov here. I really want Baron Corbin to win this thing. I like Corbin. I like this kind of like he's effectively the boss that keeps you from being main event ready, right? Like, you've got to go through Baron Corbin at this point. And I think he's developed this character that he's playing in NXT into one of those spots where, and there's very few guys who get here, where wins and losses don't really matter. That you can tell the story around wins and losses. Like The Miz, I think, is at a point where losses don't hurt him. right? And I think Baron's done that at this level, and I really like the kind of reinvented Baron Corbin here. That being said, I think the whole premise of this story has been to let Ilya Dragunov kind of like truly go unhinged as the dragon, and I really like that. I think you are going to see the most brutal Ilya Dragunov match so far, and he will retain.
All right, let's jump around some here. Randy Orton to SmackDown, CM Punk to Raw. Who won?
Who won? Like which show?
Yes.
SmackDown did to me, because Randy throws an element back into the Bloodline story that has been slowed down dramatically as of late. It evens up numbers a little bit, and I like that. And on top of that, I think both, like, Punk got a bigger pop, if that's what you kind of gauge by. But I think there's still a huge disingenuous. I think there's a huge crowd of fans who are viewing Punk's return as disingenuous. And I still think there is an immediate heel turn. I think Punk's going to turn heel real quick. That's why he was bringing up Paul Heyman a couple of times in that promo. Everybody loves Randy.
I just want to see if WWE can withstand the train wreck that is CM Punk and how he just seems to ruin things wherever he goes. Unfortunately, R-Truth.
The GOAT.
Yeah, but
the GOAT.
By the way, I love everything he's doing because I love everything he always does is amazing. But does this hurt the Judgment Day? Adding some levity to their seriousness?
No, not at all. Not at all. I think it's perfect. I think it allows you to have multiple personality engaged.
Knew he was going to bring a TV this week. Knew it was going to happen. Knew it was going to look like what it did.
Too.
Yeah.
But I picked it up at the Goodwill for $3 TV. And by the way, I think this has been phenomenal, maybe as much as anybody else. I think it's phenomenal for Damian because these little quick interactions with R-Truth are like adding an element to that ass kicker kind of guy that I think has really expanded. Like it showed the range.
You're being all serious and being, there's a struggle within the organization about who the actual leader is and things like that.
And then he reaches over and hits the TV.
It's just one of those like, are you kidding me? I got to deal with this guy. And he did. And I've seen this happen in real life. It's just someone diffuses all the anger a little bit and you still want to be mad, but you can't help it.
Look, in wrestling shows, they have breather matches, right? They send out Natalya for a breather match so that you can go grab the bathroom break and a hot dog and a Coke and a beer or whatever. Sometimes you got to have breather breaks within stories, and you've got the Judgment Day involved in so many different spots right now that I think you've kind of got to give them a breather to show that we're not just only this angle. And nobody does that better than R-Truth. He is the GOAT for that reason. He can still go, but he can pop in. And by the way, like that interaction sitting on the couch covered in powdered sugar with jelly rolls, that interaction with the TV, bro, I was fully immersed. Like I was fully into, that's just R-Truth. He's not playing a role. That's just who he is. And that's when you've hit GOAT level. Like R-Truth's the first ballot Hall of Famer to me.
I got to say, this is the most interesting the Judgment Day has been for
good.
me when this is going on.
And I like pretty much everything they're doing right now. Like I like the story about the tag team belts. I like Dom coming back and going, hey, the Creed brothers are the real deal. Like that really boosts, like that made you go, oh, the Creed brothers are good. I love all of these angles, but to give them a minute to have to interact with somebody who's not a threat and they know is not a threat, it's just fun.
All right,
it's just fun.
Just a couple more. Ric Flair's feud with Paul Feinbaum. I have on here, is it a work or will we see a geriatric cage match? Then I watched the Michael Chandler thing, and I think it kind of answered the question for me. Ric Flair's been going at Feinbaum because Ric Flair's jumped teams again, and now he's with Michigan. Was with South Carolina. He's been with Tom Brady. I mean, you can mix those colleges. He's been with several different colleges as far as who his guy is, but Harbaugh's his guy now. So he and Feinbaum have been going back and forth a great deal. Do you think it's real?
Man,
I know you don't like Feinbaum, but do you think that he's willing to trade barbs with Ric Flair and it's a work?
Paul Feinbaum is willing to pretend on TV for money. He's literally doing it all the time. Paul Feinbaum is a fake person with fake opinions who is carried in kayfabe. Paul Feinbaum's show is kayfabe. That's all it is. It's kayfabe 100%. So yes, Paul is not above anything in order to get himself plastered on the front of your websites and television shows, including this. And listen, y'all know we've had wrestlers in here before. And if we get a wrestler on and we find out the wrestler's doing an interview in kayfabe, Rob and Lonzo, bang, we're going with it 100% because it's fun. Because it's fun. And because people buy into it, even if they know it's fake, because it's fun. Yes, Feinbaum's a troll. He's absolutely going to play along for clicks, and it's worked.
Last thing. Would you, Rob Brown,
Yes,
promoter, would you have promoter, like it's the soul, would you have wasted Adam Copeland versus Christian Cage on a place where people didn't have to buy it to see it?
No. Wait, I've wasted it. You were setting up the question by demanding that it be a waste for the purposes of asking the question. And I respect that. That's a wonderful politician move, and I approve of that message.
My friend across the aisle has depicted my character in a perfect way today.
I don't think it was a waste. I will say this. Would I have pay-per-viewed it? I think a pay-per-view in front of a Canadian audience would have been the way to go. But at the same time, let's be honest. They're getting killed right now. They're getting killed in the ratings. They're getting killed in attendance because once they propped up Punk's show and then Punk left, they've got too many live shows and they're doing it in too many big arenas. They've got to do stuff to get people tuning into their television show. And you and I both know that worked.
By the way, for the most part, the match was really good, but you could tell near the end that they're
gassed.
Old.
Yeah.
I mean, it really comes down to, an old guy, either one of those guys works really well with the young guy because the young guy can do a lot of the work and they can pick their spots. But when they both have to do it for an extended period of time, and the ending was good too. I mean, when Nick Wayne's mom comes out, although she kind of telegraphed, you knew she was going to hit Adam Copeland and not hit Christian Cage because it's charisma, man. Charisma. Eventually, she was going to come around and realize that Christian Cage is the man for her, and so you knew that was going to happen.
It's absolutely Captain Charisma, but at the same time, I would think that you can't from a promotions perspective, it's not time to take that belt off of Christian Cage. You had to have an out. You had to have a justified reason for not Edge to lose. And that was a pretty good one.
All right, James. They're not. James on the stream says Tony Khan hopefully keeps Christian Cage away from the Von Erichs next week. Come on. You know their dad recently died. They're setting this, and they're a wrestling family. They get it.
Oh, they're going to 100% buy into that.
Of course that's happening.
100% buy into that. All right, kids, we're going to come back and wrap this bad boy up. Rob Alonzo and you on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Keep Christian Cage away from
as soon as they advertise that, I'm like, oh no, you know what's happening there.
That's going to be the greatest promo of the year. I can't wait.
So the best way to get Rob on the Nerf wall is when there are two pay-per-views, premium live events, whatever, in the same weekend, because then there's like 20-something matches. And then's when I got my best shot. Last year around Christmas, it was pretty close, if I recall. That was a good one. I was wondering where you were going with that.
Bubba bringing fire in the dad joke game today. I like it. I like it. I love it.
Well, if this didn't happen 21 minutes ago, I would have broke news that reigning Masters champ John Rahm is leaving the PGA Tour.
That's been the rumor for about a week.
Is that even news anymore? Is that fight over? Because didn't they merge?
They are in the process of it, yeah.
So where'd he go? He didn't really jump.
They're not merged yet. They're going to operate as separate entities.
So admittedly, the first of this week went by really slow. And like midway through yesterday started going faster, and today it's just flown by. Maybe it was there's a lot of angst in the room. Maybe that's what it was. Slowed things down. Hey, wait. We won awards?
2 of them.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Rob, did you know there's something going on in the upstate that's really, really cool?
Sure is. It is happening right now at the Bon Secours Wellness Arena. It is this year's LEO Santa Toy Drive. It is happening right now at the Bon Secours Wellness Arena. Started up at 6 this morning, going all the way until 10 p.m. tomorrow. And we need your help. We are trying to collect toys. We are trying to collect money in order to provide underprivileged kids around the upstate with a Christmas. No kid should have to wake up on Christmas Day without something under the tree to unwrap and enjoy. Okay? And for those of us that are privileged and have the opportunity to help, this is a wonderful time to do just that. So here is what we are requesting of you, friends. Do us a favor. Grab an unwrapped toy, an unopened toy, and bring it by the Bon Secours Wellness Arena and drop it off. Not only are you going to help make Christmas for an underprivileged kid in the upstate, on top of that, you're going to get a pretty cool experience if you go by. We have got our outstanding law enforcement officers from around the upstate. They have got the canines out there. They have got some of their equipment out there. They're out there. You can strike up a conversation. You can learn about what they do and how they do it and help out your community in the process. Mark Ryan is going to be doing Offsides live today from the Bon Secours Wellness Arena for the LEO Santa Toy Drive. So if you are an offsider, you can go by. Do me a favor, stand 3 to 5 feet away from Mark and just yell stuff. Yell the portal is good at him. Okay? Just go, hey.
No. I got one better. See how many wrestling phrases you can slip into a conversation with him. Go up and shake his hand and just, throw in to be the man. You got to beat the man. And you just call him the man just because it'll make him feel good.
Just stand away from him and woo a bunch.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah. Or every time he talks, go, what?
What? Yeah. Either way, here's what we need you to do. We need you to grab a new unopened toy and drop it off. Or if you want to just donate cash, you can bring it by the LEO Santa Toy Drive today at the Bon Secours Wellness Arena. It is happening right now. It is going to go all the way through 10 a.m. And don't worry about the time. It says on the website it's over at 7 o'clock today. It's not. Rob Aderio was with us yesterday on the show, and he specifically said, I'm going to be there all 28 hours. I'm not going anywhere. If somebody wants to come by at midnight and drop off a toy or some cash, I will be there to take it from them, along with some of the upstate's finest. So the Bon Secours Wellness Arena is the site. It is the LEO Santa Toy Drive. It is taking place through 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Bring new unopened toys or a cash donation so that we can make sure that we can give as many underprivileged kids around the upstate a Christmas to enjoy and a Christmas to remember. And we appreciate all of you who are participating in that.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
And by the way, really quick, do not go up and yell while Mark Ryan's trying to do his show because you'll get us in trouble. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. I mean, I just don't, well, never mind. Go ahead and do it. All right, the first thing that's Xing.
Wait. I asked Emily Adams on Twitter, as was requested by a listener.
Gosh.
How does she feel about peppermint bark? Is it a go Christmas snack? And her response was, and I quote,
Shut the hell up.
Specifically.
Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up.
I stop.
Go outside, nerd.
Specifically, the Ghirardelli dark chocolate bark, truly life-changing stuff. Emily gets it.
Yeah, you guys are
Emily
weird.
Gets it.
You guys are weird. All right, the first thing that's Xing, if we have time, since we were rudely interrupted by something that doesn't matter and no one cares about bark, eating bark.
Peppermint bark. Don't just say bark.
There are people who absolutely hate peppermint. There are a lot of those people out there. And if it's got peppermint in it, they're like, no, that's not for me. I could be one, peppermint's for old people. So, I mean, all y'all's is old. The first thing that's Xing is Blazing Saddles.
Okay. I'm going to assume that likely this is the release date of Blazing Saddles, 40 something years ago?
All right. I cannot figure out exactly why it's trending other than it's coming up on its 50th.
Okay. So all I'm going to say is to the people who say, oh, you couldn't make a movie like that today. Yeah, you absolutely could. Yes, you absolutely could. If you wrote it and directed it the right way, if you had a Mel Brooks at the helm, you could. You know how I know? Because Mel Brooks is still making movies at 9,900 years old, and they're just as good. Blazing Saddles is an all-time great. Gene Wilder is at his best. Like, everybody wants to go Willy Wonka, Gene Wilder. No. The Frisco Kid is the GOAT. Oh, I forgot it was left-handed. Like, just top-notch stuff. Great movie.
All right. Mongo hates bark. I just want you to know that. All right. The next thing that's Xing, and actually the only thing we have time for, is Def Leppard.
So Lonzo yesterday walked in and he's like, I found a Def Leppard shirt.
That's not live, but you can go ahead.
He said, and there's something wrong with it. And I said, oh, does it have both sleeves? And Lonzo would rather have a crack at Clemson than address how great of a joke that was. Okay? So it's commitment to the gimmick is what it is.
Not a gimmick. It's a way of life.
Texture says peppermint bark is not good. It's like turkey. There's a reason you only make it once a year because it sucks, you communist.
There's my people. There they are.
That's the best text of the day. That's the walk-off, kids. We'll see you back here tomorrow to do it all over again. That's live. So I'm Rob. Have a great Thursday. We'll see you back here tomorrow on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate later. Yeah! You communist. Oh, I love it. Our listeners are the best. The best.
Even Kevin?
Even Kevin.
Oh, all right.
All right, dudes and dudettes, you guys are all spectacular. Thank you very much for coming by. We'll be back tomorrow to do the Friday edition. Adios. That's the wrong video. Okay, now bye.